We're going to call the April 14th, 2026 council meeting to order. We will begin with the invocation and then the pledge. The invocation will be done by City Clerk Teresa Campbell, and the pledge will be led by Corporal Jacob Early. Would you stand with me, please?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We pray for children who sneak popsicles before supper, who erase holes in math workbooks, who can never find their shoes. And we pray for those who stare at photographers from behind barbed wire, who can't bound down the street in a new pair of sneakers, who never counted potatoes, who were born in places where we wouldn't be caught dead, who never go to the circus, who live in an X-rated world. We pray for children who bring us sticky kisses and fistfuls of dandelions, who sleep with the cat and bury the goldfish, who hug us in a hurry and forget their lunch money, who squeeze toothpaste all over the sink, who slurp their soup. We pray for those who never get dessert, who have no safe blanket to drag behind them, who watch their parents watch them die, who can't find any bread to steal, who don't have any rooms to clean up, whose pictures are not on anybody's dresser, whose monsters are real. We pray for children who spend all their allowance before Tuesday, who throw tantrums in the grocery store and pick at their food, who like ghost stories, who shove dirty clothes under the bed and never rinse out the tub, who get visits from the tooth fairy, who don't like to be kissed in front of their friends, whose tears we sometimes laugh at, and whose smiles make us cry. And we pray for those whose nightmares come in the daytime, who will eat anything, who have never seen a dentist, who are not spoiled by anybody, who go to bed hungry and cry themselves to sleep, who live and move but have no being. We pray for children who want to be carried, and for those who must, for those who we never give up on, and for those who don't get a second chance, for those we smother, for those who will grab the hand of anybody kind enough to offer it. We pray for children. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk Teresa Campbell serves as a city clerk for the city of Villa Rica, a role she has held since 2023 after joining the city in 2019. A lifelong resident of West Georgia, she is deeply rooted in the community and committed to public service. Teresa lives in Carrollton, where she worships and enjoys spending time with her two sons, Levi and Micah, along with their family pets. Corporal Jacob Early has served for the Villa Rica Police Department since January of 2022. He is a K-9 officer and a member of SRT and has completed extensive training, including field training officer certification, as well as earning his intermediate and advanced certifications. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Corporal. When you realize the proclamation that I'm about to read, you'll see how it blended in with the prayer she just shared with us. And also, so we have that recognition, and then we have an employee recognition. 2026 is Child Abuse Prevention Month, and this is the proclamation. Whereas children are both Villa Rica's most valuable and vulnerable resources and are vital to our future success, prosperity, and quality of life, and whereas child abuse and maltreatment can be prevented by supporting and strengthening Villa Rica's families, whatever their makeup, and whereas all children in Villa Rica deserve to have the safe, stable, nurturing homes and communities which they need to foster healthy growth and development And whereas effective child abuse and maltreatment response and prevention are both a community responsibility and succeed because of partnerships among citizens, human service agencies, schools, faith communities, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. And whereas by providing a safe, stable, and nurturing environment for our children, free of violence, abuse, neglect, or maltreatment, we can ensure Villa Rica children will grow to their full potential. And whereas Carroll County CASA is dedicated to supporting abuse and neglected children throughout their court proceedings, with the help of their advocacy, our children are provided with a safe, stable, and nurturing environment, free of violence, abuse, neglect, or maltreatment, ensuring all of Villa Rica's children grow to their full potential. And whereas Carroll County Division of Family and Children's Services provides numerous programs and resources to help families in need, investigates reports regarding child abuse and neglect, funding foster and adoptive homes for those children who have experienced abuse and neglect, ensures the safety and well-being of children in harmful situations. And whereas the West Georgia Child Advocacy Center champions the needs of sexually, physically, and emotionally abused children in Villa Rica through prevention, intervention, therapy, collaboration, and healing, and through partnerships with local agencies, is uniquely positioned to facilitate a multidisciplinary team response. And therefore, we, the City of Villa Rica, do hereby proclaim April 14th, 2026 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, healthcare providers, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, elected leaders, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to support families, thereby preventing child abuse and strengthening the communities in which we live. I believe we have a representative here from CASA, or a few. Y'all come on up to the microphone. Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Yes, so we are from the West Georgia Child Advocacy Center. My name is Christian, and this is Alan. And then we have Heather Wheeler here from Carroll County Department of Family and Children's Services. Tabitha Walker is a board member. And then we have partners here from Villa Rica City Police Department as well, I believe. So first, we want to begin by recognizing the people who make this work possible every single day, our multidisciplinary team. That includes our partners in law enforcement, the Department of Family and Children's Services, the District Attorney's Office, and their Victim Witness Assistance Program, our school social workers, and the Department of Juvenile Justice. At the West Georgia Child Advocacy Center, we serve Carroll, Haralson, and Heard counties, 3 communities that are strong, connected, and increasingly in need of a coordinated response to child abuse. But what I want to focus on today is not just what we do, it's what we're seeing. The piece of need in our community is changing. Children are being referred to us more quickly in greater numbers and with increasingly complex experiences of trauma. This year alone, we are on track to conduct more than 600 forensic interviews, a number that would have been difficult to imagine just a few years ago.
Building upon what Christian was talking about, my name is Alan. As of today, we've done 206 forensic interviews. To put that in perspective, last year we did 206 forensic interviews on the 9th of June. So behind every one of those numbers is a child who needed a place to be heard and a system that was ready to respond. And that's where the child advocacy model matters the most. A child comes to one place to tell their story, and around that child, a coordinated team, law enforcement, DFACs, medical providers, prosecutors, and advocates work together to ensure both protection and accountability, because we all know when systems work faster and work together, the outcomes improve. So that belief is driving what we're doing in our work. And you heard from Ms. Desiree last year, who's our CAC program manager, talking about our forensic medical care, which we brought on site so that your citizens don't have to go all the way to CHOA. I feel like I'm being upstaged, rightly so. Absolutely. So we brought those medical services on site at our center, and we do them in Carrollton, and we also have 2 satellite sites, one in Tallapoosa and one in Franklin. And we have a mental health response on site as well now. You don't have to leave. And we are also investing in prevention through community-based strategies like our Green Dot Bystander Intervention program. And if anyone here or if you guys want to bring us in to do that program for you or any of your organizations, please let us know. It's free of charge. So that's what prevention looks like in practice. It's not just awareness. It's not me telling you sad stories, but it's actions that reduce harm, shorten response time, and strengthen outcomes. Since opening in 2012, we have conducted over 4,000 forensic interviews. And is Chief Mansour here? Mm-hmm. He's back there. He's on our founding board in 2012. And he likes to let people know that because he's proud of what we do. Thank you. And because when a child discloses abuse, the system should meet them immediately with clarity and compassion and expertise. But this month is really a chance for us to reflect, and it challenges us to stay engaged, support the systems that are working, and to strengthen partnerships to protect children. And we just want to thank the City of Villa Rica. You've been a great partner to us, and we hope to continue to work with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Stay up here.
We got to do can we do a photo with you?
Somebody needs to hold this.
How do we look? We look good? That's the cutest one over there. Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. Yeah, you can come.
Yes.
Very much.
We also have a 5-year employee recognition. Chief Mansour, you're doing this one, yes? Oh, sorry.
So we're recognizing Austin Massey for 5 years. Austin, I remember when we interviewed Austin, I was extremely impressed at how bright he was and how sharp he was and how quick he was as far as answering questions. And you could tell he knew what he wanted to do. You knew he wanted to be a cop. He wanted to be a good cop. And he has proven that. He was promoted to corporal within a very short time and has since been promoted to sergeant and leads the shift and just a great leader. And we appreciate him so much and what he does and how he represents our department. So congratulations. This says Certificate of Appreciation for 5 years of service. The following award is given to Austin Massey in honor and recognition of your loyalty and commitment to the City of Villa Rica, signed by the mayor and the city manager. So with Austin tonight, he has his wife, Ashlyn, and his daughter, Aubrey. And if y'all want to come up too, please. This is for you to hold, sir. And this is a 5-year pin. You can wear it on your uniform. Do you want to get in here?
Wherever you want me. Hopefully, everyone has looked over the agenda, and I think we need to make one change before adopting the agenda. What is that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we need to amend the agenda table K.1, acceptance of road for Fortune Parkway to May 12th, 2026.
Okay, so that'll be tabled till May. Any other changes? Right, I'll entertain a
No.
motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank
That
you.
is unanimous.
All right, we're going to move into public comment. There was a sign-up sheet out in the lobby as y'all came in. As you come to the podium, please state your name for the record. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Those addressing the mayor and council may feel free to speak openly on the matter you wish to bring to our attention, but we do ask that you do so in a respectful manner, refraining from any uncivil discourse. As an elected body, we do not typically engage in debate or question and answer during public comments. This is your time. However, if your question or concerns necessitate a response, sometime we'll go ahead and answer it while we're up here in the updates, or get you connected to the city manager or a staff member to deal with it. And please make sure, I see address, yeah, your address needs to be on here, and if you do want a phone call or something like that, please also include your phone number. Sometimes someone will need to get back to you that way, or your email. This is your time, and we will see that someone gets back to you if you need a response. As your elected officials, we value the opportunity to hear from our citizens and those who have a vested interest in our city. Pamela White. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Okay, all
There it
right.
is.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to make the public aware of an incident that occurred during the March 10th, 2026 City Council meeting. While seated in the council chambers here, I was jabbed or poked with force from another individual without my consent. Immediately after, the individual directed a statement toward me in a manner as I perceived as intimidating, which drew the attention of others in the room. This was not accidental. It was intentional, unwanted physical contact in a public government setting in front of witnesses. This incident was reported to the Villa Rica Police Department. I was issued an incident number so that things could proceed further. I won't further dwell into where we're at with the status of that today. But under Georgia law, specifically the Official Code of Georgia, 16-5-23, intentional physical contact of a provoking or insulting nature is defined as simple battery. We all have the freedom of speech, but we do not have the freedom to touch one another without consent. I could have reacted, but I chose not to, because doing so could have shifted the narrative away from what actually happened. And I would say this respectfully. As a person of color, there are times when defending yourself can be perceived differently, and that can make those moments feel dangerous. When the law is not applied equally, it impacts public trust and accountability. Moving forward, I will ensure that I protect myself, because my safety is also a right that I have. This is about the right of every citizen to feel safe while participating in their local government. I come to these meetings, I speak. I don't care if it's something I don't like that someone say, I suck it up. But I don't put my hands on anyone because that's a right that I don't have. No one else will ever feel like that they're entitled to do it to me. It can't happen again, because I can't promise that I won't give a reaction. I stay proactive because I'm decent and I've been taught to carry myself well. And I have children, I have a spouse, I have people that entrust me to come and say, and try to protect us as well as I can. But mishandling me is not gonna work, and the law needs to be upheld.
Alida Farmer.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Coming to follow up on some comments that was made last time when I was here at the City Council meeting that truly bothered me, because when I speak before you and I share with you about my concerns about my family and friends in my neighborhood, I don't say that lightly, because most of the people that's in our neighborhood are vulnerable, and most of them afraid to have a voice because of situations like Miss White. And when I come and speak before you and I get a response back from city government that when I'm appealing to you to tell you the concerns of the constituents that don't feel comfortable to have a voice, that they're concerned about losing their home, being displaced, being homeless, and I have the mayor of the city say, it's not a need, it's a desire. Not once did they say it, twice. It's not a need to displace people. It's not a need to make people, elderly people, homeless. It's not a need to put them in harm's way. It's a desire. You go to First Baptist, and you always say to us up here, God is your witness, the Lord loves you. I'm a Christian. You say you're a Christian. A good portion of you say you're Christians. Well, apparently you're not reading the Word of God, because nothing in there says that you should hurt your brother and sister like that. These people that I'm talking about, majority of them are in church with Miss Shirley Marchman every Sunday. And the fact that you could sit there after me and Miss Elder pleaded our case of our concerns about our individuals that we care about, hoping the city of Villa Rica care about, and you say it's not a need, it's a desire? Are you not ashamed? That's horrible. I hope your pastor sit down and go over the Word of God with you, because nothing about what you said and how you said it last week, that was not appropriate.
That is the only two names I had on the sign-in sheet. We will move on to council updates. Councilman Warmoth.
Good evening. So just real quick, I hope everyone had a wonderful spring break and a wonderful Easter and was able to spend good quality time with your family. I did want to give a quick update that Reed Plantation is having their spring yard sale, their community yard sale on April 24th, 25th, and 26th. I know that Mirror Lake was having their yard sale at some point. Do you know those dates by chance, Tyler?
I'm sorry.
No.
May 2nd.
May 2nd. Thank you very much. So, is it the entire weekend? I know I'm not. Just Saturday. Okay, so just Saturday, May 2nd. But just to give you all a heads up with that. And that's all that I have.
Councilman Conte.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. I just want to quickly update the constituents in the city pertaining to council that are newly elected. We did attend our newly elected training that was hosted in Tifton, Georgia last month. That was pretty much a 3-day conference where we were able to basically be taught and learned how and what we should be doing as local council in the state of Georgia, and that would be an extended training come June in Savannah. Also, I want to inform my constituents that our next second quarter town hall meeting will be sometime in June, and to thank the constituents that did attend the first quarterly town hall meeting for Ward 5, which was held in March. So thank you for coming. Thank you for giving your input, your concerns, everything. I greatly appreciate it. Please continue to spread the word because I will continue to host and facilitate quarterly meetings for my specific ward. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Montahan?
I want to thank Teresa for that wonderful prayer, and very timely considering that it is the Child Abuse Prevention Month. And with, as many of you may know, my wife and I are foster parents, and it's been a most rewarding experience that we've had. And in fact, my wife actually starts CASA training later this month. So, children are very near and dear to our heart. So we appreciate Villa Rica recognizing Child Abuse Prevention Month. Appreciate Teresa for that wonderful timely prayer. And those foster children they really have had some trauma. A lot of them have, and they've made an impact on our lives very much. And we just hope that we can leave a little positive mark on their lives as they transition maybe back home or wherever to their next final and full placement or home. So thank you.
Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to echo and say thank you for those who had presented regarding the proclamation for child abuse. And likewise, I feel like that is very important and is a very, overlooked topic that, we need to always just, consider that as Teresa, mentioned in a prayer, we overlook our young folks who are suffering, and we definitely need to not only just pray for them, but take action. And with taking action, I would like to see the council and mayor and council and the city, go beyond these initiatives and proclamation and actually do something more sustainable to continue these initiatives throughout the city and show the city and the residents that we really support you all beyond the proclamation. So, which proclamations are great, and I love them, but I'm also about delivering results and taking action. And I think that if we can come together at some point, mayor and council, have these conversations on how we can actually make these initiatives more sustainable beyond our Tuesday night meetings. Second of all, as Councilwoman Wormuth just mentioned, I'm definitely proud to always say that, Mirror Lake is basically having a community-wide yard sale on May 2nd, and the time I think it usually start around 8 and goes on to maybe about 1 or 2 o'clock. It's very heavily anticipated and attended. And if you do live in Mirror Lake and you would like to participate, I think the sign-up forms are on the website. And if you do not live in Mirror Lake and you still would like to participate, there are a lot of residents that have a lot of great valuables that they feel, that you might want and for sale. So definitely participate and support the Mirror Lake community-wide yard sale. And also, finally, I just want to also mention that it's been definitely a great first quarter for me. I've been very busy visiting as many small businesses as possible, talking to citizens and attending events and being invited to events, and I'm trying to just basically make sure I'm at everything. So if you all reach out to me, I think there's no one yet have heard or know from me, and I'm everywhere. And I thank you all for your comments, your emails, your text messages, as well as those of you online that are not here but reaching out to me and just watching the work that I'm doing. And I thank you all. With that being said, now it's time, like Councilman Conte, to basically hear from you all, and I'll be having a quarterly meeting on April 28th, and it will be at the Mirror Lake Golf Club in Mirror Lake. So time is from 6 to 8, and we would have a short, like, meet and greet. I will provide refreshments, food, and there also would be other invited guests that will speak and give you valuable information from a city perspective, from the county, and also from the state as well. So if you are in Ward 4, and if you are not in Ward 4, anybody is welcome, because, you know, the information that I usually share and I like to put out, it affects and impacts everyone. So thank you for your time, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to speak, and that would be all. I defer the rest of my time.
Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that training. One thing that CASA will do, and I'm trying to remember if in the Citizen Academy, if we covered some of that awareness. It's been some years since I did that, but child abuse awareness, what to look for. Often often teachers will be like the first people that notice something, because when they're seeing children daily and all. So we certainly can go beyond, and whether it's employees or whatever it might be, something we can discuss further.
Thank you, ma'am.
During updates, I felt the need to discuss an issue that we've kind of had going on for quite a while, probably 18 months plus, and this has to do with our public comment time, because it's good and proper that citizens can bring their concerns and express their opinions during the public comment time. While we're not required by law to do it, when we redid even our policy, none of us thought it was a good idea to not have public comment at our meetings. Some cities do not do it, but we felt that it's important. We never considered not having it, and thought that it's definitely a good idea and that we should continue. Sometimes we have to limit how many minutes. At the same time, we believe it's important to be respectful and civil. And that's important for us up here on the dais to set the example, to be civil amongst ourselves as we handle the city's business. And we expect citizens to do the same. During about the last, I'd say, 1.5 years plus, there's been a number of charges and accusations that have been made at times during public comment, not just at elected officials. Sometimes it's at individuals or organizations. For example, and I don't want to say this without at least telling you what it is, and it's not predominant, but it's occurring and has continued. A few examples, a former councilman was basically implied that he was receiving some sort of money to influence him and everything, and he felt the need to defend himself after the comment time by saying that he doesn't even accept campaign contributions. This has been at least during the last 1.5 years. It was also implied that another council member had gotten a special deal on property from a local businessman. So not only was the council person put on the spot, but this businessman who lives locally, his name was mentioned out loud. And this is just in public comment, not with evidence. That person was not here. That person could not defend their character. But that comment will remain in meetings and in videos for eons because they're all archived. So he could not respond, and it was implied that he had maybe done something untoward and given a council person something that they shouldn't have gotten. That council person at that time did feel the need also afterwards to mention that you can check the property records to see if somebody paid the appraised value for things, and that this type of thing needed to stop, or the next time someone would be speaking to their attorney. One time, a lady came in from outside the city out of Fairfield, and during public comment, you almost had to laugh at this one because it was a little bit over the top. You all are all corrupt up there, and I don't know why you're not all in jail. So it was harder to take something like that seriously. But in the June meeting, aside from the June meeting, at times we had everyone from the county superintendent to a local business organization to state representatives to other elected officials implied that they had done some sort of impropriety because they had written a letter in support of a grant for the city of Villa Rica. These people are trying to see that we get a federal or state grant, and often they'll be asked, hey, would you, sign a letter in support of us trying to get this grant? They too are not here to respond to it, so the charges and accusations just lay out there, which is why I'm addressing it tonight, is because it shouldn't just be left out there when no one can give their side of the story. In the June 24 meeting, a woman said that we were poisoning the water and that 80-plus people had died from cancer. It's on video, you can look it up. But the thing is, there's no one here from the city. When that is said on a microphone, on video for people to hear, there's usually no opportunity for the utility department to explain that we test our water and check it and what it meets, and a report comes out every year to state where our water is and if we're meeting the standards, or even receiving a reward for the water and sewer department. This is not a forum that gives them any recourse or to present their side of the story or to give an explanation at all. We've had staff members accused in social media by being tainted or influenced because of the additional pay they are receiving, when the reason they're receiving additional pay is because they have taken on a higher job title with more responsibility. So in last month's public comments, I was accused of lying or being a liar by two different people. One case was about a phone call that I had with a citizen and the subject of eminent domain. And this person expressed legitimate concern about if the city was going to do something with eminent domain for people's homes. She seemed very honest and concerned about it. We had a 30-plus minute conversation. I remember it very well. It was in December because I was driving. I held the conversation from Villa Rica to Carrollton to Christmas Shop, and I finished it in a parking lot down there, and I knew it took me 30 minutes to get that part of the parking lot. And I expressed at that time, because it was in regard to the Villa Rica Parkway, which has been of great concern in the city, and to be honest, in the beginning, was not handled well at the city level with getting people information and addressing their concerns. So I did my best to explain that at that time, eminent domain had not even been a discussion amongst the council, and that it was not something I was in favor of. At this point, no home has been taken with eminent domain. However, she also said that I had lied and said that it was not an option. Eminent domain is always an option for a government entity, but it doesn't mean you have to take it. It's an option. You can say no. You don't have to use it, but it's always an option. I would never tell anyone that it was absolutely not an option. Yes, ma'am, if it weren't for the fact that these keep coming up unanswered. I never said eminent domain was not an option. None of us have any authority to remove it as an option. It's there for governments. We can choose not to use it. Now, this last one is important. It was also implied that during public comment that I was dishonest in an email that I sent to citizens. I send one out at least once a month. When I said none of us at the local level knew about the charter change legislation in advance. It was implied that I had communicated at a state level and knew about it ahead of time and had communicated with state level representatives or whatever. What they didn't include in their remarks were the dates or context that makes all the difference in the world. I had to call a local reporter to verify some of these dates. None of us We have new people, they weren't here at all. None of us knew about the legislation in advance. It doesn't mean we never knew. It became public. It was about whether we knew before the legislation was put together at the state level and given an assignment as a House Bill number, HB 1487. We did not know about it in advance. However, it was made public on the local news when they got the scoop and was published published and spoken about on the radio news March 7th. And that source was a reporter. The State House had passed it. Then the State House passed it on the House side, so we knew about it March 7th. On the 21st of March is when the State House passed the legislation. On the 26th of March, I received a request for a message. I did it in the form of an email advocating for the legislation, which I did. I typed an email and sent it to the state level to a representative because it was down to the last 2 days in the legislative session, and the House had passed it and the Senate hadn't, and there was some concern about whether it would pass. So I provided that on the 26th, which was weeks after it was publicly known that this legislation existed. I wrote that email of support. I was grateful for the legislation, and I was thankful to our state delegation. They saw what had gone on in Villa Rica and the concern we had with the city manager at the time, and they did intervene to try to assist and solve the problem, and I was grateful for their assistance. 40 days later, after the legislative session, the governor signed it. Citizens kept asking, has he signed it? Has he signed it? And we didn't know what day he would sign it because he has 40 days from the end of the legislation. We did not know prior. We did know after it became public. I'm not an attorney. I don't know where you draw the line on libel and slander and that type of thing, but we cannot continue to impugn people's character, and especially when it's private citizens or business organizations or superintendents or whoever it might be. Go to them. If someone has done something illegal, I was told that somebody, what I would consider a bribe, how much money will it cost? That it was said in public comment that they were approached by someone who said, how much money would it take to make this go away? Do you realize that that could be a criminal offense? You cannot keep that to yourself. You must take that to the city, to the district attorney, to an ethics commission. Do not just put it out there and comment. Nobody knows who it is. Did it get handled? Have they done it again? Did it happen at all? Is somebody's character being impugned that didn't do it? Please, if anything like that ever happens, take it to the city attorney, the district attorney, wherever you have to go to see that it gets addressed if it truly did happen. And if you have an issue with anyone as to their comments in emails or texts, go to them. You can throw out innuendos that my name is in this, or go to them, tell them the problem you have. Go to the city manager if you need to, and have a conversation with someone. We have got to be civil if we're going to move forward. And if we have problems with people, please go to the person. Bring your evidence if you have it. Just speaking it out into the ether when no one knows whether it's true or not, but there's people that will believe things just because it's said, just like when it's on Facebook. So I plead with us. The private citizens have actually more rights than we do. If you impugn the character of a private citizen and it's not true, they may very well sue you. It's a little different. The bar is a little different for us. But please, let's move forward, do what's best for Villa Rica, and not nitpick at one another. And go directly to people with your concerns, or to the necessary party in the city or the state. Thank you. We will move to the consent agenda. The consent agenda is a single item that encompasses all things the City Council would normally approve with little comment. Each of these items were discussed thoroughly at the work session, and the only way they end up on the consent agenda is if there's unanimous consent from the council that it be put on there. And so they will be voted on as a package all at once. Sorry. I'll go through them one by one, and then we'll entertain a motion. Item 1, Resolution Cities Week, April 20 through 25, and we have some special activities going on that week. Number 2, Resolution of the City Council of City of Villa Rica, Georgia, expressing the intent to establish a Small Business Advisory Commission. Item 3, Liberty Point Phase 5, Final Plat Approval. Item 5, the Cottages of Villa Rica, Final Plat Approval. I'm sorry, that was 4, Cottages of Villa Rica. Item 5, Northwoods 3, Phase B, Final Plat Approval. 6, sand and switch replacement. That's IT related. 7, downtown streetscape task order. Keck and Wood is the engineers on that. Item 8, apply for local road assistance administration funds. Item 9, FY26 budget amendments, 101 through 138. Item 10, excess supplemental cyber liability insurance. Item 11, renewal with GERMA for property and liability insurance. That's for the city. Item 12, amending resolution R72-2024, accepting Park Ridge Drive as a public street. 13, resolution agreeing to participate in national settlements concerning the national prescription opioid litigation. Item 14, certify the estimate rollback millage rate of 5.588 for 2026. That goes to the tax commissioner, and please understand, that is not a setting of the millage rate. The commissioner asked for us to give an estimate so they can kind of figure where they'll be when they send out their estimates on property taxes. The actual millage rate will not be set until about July, September. And you'll be notified. It will be published as well. Item 15, resolution to support the application of federal and state grants for safety action plan projects. Item 16, Old Stone Road Residential LLC Agreement Addendum. And item 17, Punkintown Road Phase 1 Stream and Wetland Credits, and you'll be glad to know that that's all the beginning stages of redoing that road. But we have to pay for these credits first. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is
Thank you.
unanimous.
Governing body, item 1, FY25 annual audit presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amanda Long, Interim Finance Director. As you know, we went out to bid last year for our auditing services. Best practices say that we should keep an auditor between 5 and 7 years, and then we should get someone else to kind of look at our processes and our procedures and provide those assurances that they provide. So Nichols Cawley last year won our bid, and we engaged with them for the 2025 audit. So Mr. Greg Chapman is here to present our 2025 audit. You also have a copy of our complete financials up there with you, and they are on our website under the Finance Department.
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And as Amanda mentioned, this is our first year performing the audit for the city. We appreciate the opportunity to serve the city of Villa Rica and its citizens in performing the financial statement audit. Get this thing to go. There we go. Too far. Our responsibilities as your auditors are to render an opinion on the financial statements of the city. The financial statements are the responsibility of the city's management, and our responsibility is to render an opinion on those financial statements by doing our testing and procedures to compare those to standards, accounting standards, using auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America. And as a governmental entity, we have to follow government auditing standards, which is just another layer of standards that add a layer of CPE requirements and independence requirements. Our objective is to provide reasonable assurance. There's no way I can review every transaction, or we'd be here all year. So we do sampling and testing to provide reasonable assurance that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with GAAP. So in the financial report, the letter towards the front on our letterhead is your opinion. That is that's what you're paying us for, is that 2-page letter, I think a 2 or 3-page letter. That is our opinion, and our opinion is an unmodified opinion, and that's accounting jargon for a clean opinion. So that's what you're looking for, and that just purely means that you have the highest level assurance that those are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We also, in accordance with government accounting standards, have to issue an internal control over compliance report. That's at the back of your package, that we have to report on our internal control over compliance testing. We don't render an opinion on internal controls, but we do have to report any findings that we may identify during our audit procedures. But I am happy to report that we had no internal control weaknesses or significant deficiencies identified during our audit. The city does prepare an annual comprehensive financial report, and that just means that there is a standard report that is required by the state and by accounting standards, but then there is a second layer that you can elect to do that is prescribed by the Government Financial Officers Association that adds some additional sections. There's a transmittal letter at the front that provides some information from the city manager and the finance director, and then there's an MD&A at the front that provides some context on the changes from prior year to current year, budget to actual, that gives context to the reader, and then some statistical information at the back. This is all above and beyond what is required by the accounting standards, and it provides additional information to the reader to just give more context to the city's financial statements. The process for this is that the city submits their report to the GFOA at the end of the year, and it is graded by a boring accountant like me that goes through it and compares it to a checklist, and then they award a certificate if it meets their qualifications. So the city did receive this certificate for 2024 for the 5th consecutive year. And just to provide some context, only 66 cities in Georgia received that as of the date I did this PowerPoint for 2024. So very small number of cities actually do this additional reporting. So it definitely is kudos to the city for doing that. We do provide an additional letter to the council that has some required communications. Just a few highlights. We do point out the significant accounting policies. GASB 101 was a new method for accounting for compensated absences. That's your PTO for the employees. The GASB changed how that's accounted for this year. It required us to restate prior year balances. So basically the city had to go back and recalculate last year's balances under the new standard, restate the beginning balance, and present that as a change as last year's balances. So that was a change for this year. Not anything done wrong, just a change. Every city, every county, every government had to do that same process. In that letter, we talk about significant accounting estimates and disclosures. We did report in that letter there were no disagreements with management, no difficulties performing our audit, and no uncorrected misstatements. We do report that we are independent of the city as required by governmental auditing standards. That means several things. That means, one, my wife could not serve on the city council and me perform the audit. That's the most obvious indication of independence. But also, I could not come in and provide service to the city to tell Jennifer and Amanda how to account for something and then audit it. So we are limited on what procedures we can provide while serving as the auditor. Quickly, just to run through a quick snapshot of some of the highlights of the financials for 2025. First one is the general fund revenues. The general fund is the primary operating fund for the city. This is just a breakdown of the revenue sources for the general fund. Primarily, as you would expect, the property taxes are the primary source of revenues for the city, sales taxes being the secondary, grants and $800,000 worth of grants, interest revenues of about $560,000. So that's kind of the makeup of the general fund revenues. Pretty typical for a city government. General fund expenditures, as you would expect, public safety is your largest expenditure bucket for the general fund, making up 37%. That is pretty typical. That can fluctuate anywhere from mid-30s to mid-40s for a city government. Counties can even run up to somewhere around 50%. So that can fluctuate from one government to another. Yes.
Sorry, just
Sure.
quick question.
Sure.
On the public safety, I imagine if we did our own fire department, then so for cities, that would cause it to be more because you do fire
Right.
and police, whereas we just have the police department.
Yes.
Okay,
And that could skew that up just depending on what services are provided locally.
thank you.
Public works is your streets and those activities. That makes up 19%. General government's your administration, purchasing, finance. Those operations make up 18%. Cultural recreations are your parks, recreations 15%. And then housing and development make up 8%. Next slide is your looking at the last 5 years. The blue line are your revenues and transfers in, so that's your inflows to the general fund. Your gray line is your outflows, expenditures, and transfers out. Obviously, you would hope that blue line would be slightly better than the gray line, and it has been over the last few years, so that's definitely a positive trend. Looking at your historical fund balance, the gray line is your fund balance, so you ended the year with $13.6 million in the general fund, with $20 million of expenditures for the year, so a healthy fund balance. Healthy fund balance is good for the city. That prevents you from having to go out and borrow funds to get you through the year. The city does not need to go out and borrow temporary or tax anticipation notes to get you through to your property taxes come in, so that's definitely a positive indicator of the financial health of the city. So definitely a positive trend for the city. And then finally, looking at your SPLOS investment for 2025, the city invested $4.2 million of SPLOS expenditures. Those are using sales tax dollars. I like to say that, you know, especially in a city on an interstate like y'all are, you've got outsiders helping contribute to those funds. So the city's able to use that money for roads, parks, and those type of activities. But everyone is contributing, not just the local citizens. So $4.2 million of that was spent in 2025 on top of the $3.5 in 2024. Again, we appreciate being able to serve the city. We have provided y'all a copy of the financials. They are also online, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. If you're bored and need trouble sleeping, that'll get you through.
Here you go. Questions? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember.
And thank you for your presentation. Great job. In your opinion, compare this performance to the year previous. In your opinion, did you see any changes, or what stood out that changed by financial performance?
No, I believe, and I don't have the report in front of me, but the general fund performance was, you know, there was a positive trend in fund balance, so there was no negative performance. Sometimes, just speaking on operationally, you know, sometimes when there's a change in auditors, you may see any findings or that type of thing. Sometimes, you know, my team has a different set of lenses than the last auditor, so we may ask for things differently than the last people did, and we may see something different than somebody else did. But we didn't run across any internal control issues as we came in, so everything was processing as expected. No deficiencies that would indicate a problem during our testing.
Good. And one final follow-up. What are like 3 takeaways that you have experienced in this audit that the mayor and council should probably prioritize from this point forward?
I may have to come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you, yeah.
I didn't come prepared for that one.
Oh, no, yeah,
But,
yeah.
Yeah, nothing definitely of a corrective nature that I have. You know, we didn't have any comments of anything of a deficiency, so.
Okay.
From a financial reporting standpoint, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? Okay, enjoy reading that booklet. Thank you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you all.
Thank you to the finance department who does all this heavy-duty work and
Yes.
has to keep us all in order.
We couldn't do what we
So
do
that we
without
wouldn't
what
get
they-
a good report
Right.
otherwise.
And we
Right.
couldn't do it without
Yeah.
what they provide us, so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, governing body, item 2, approval of the March 3rd, 2026 work session and March 10th, 2026 city council meeting minutes. Hopefully any changes or corrections have been made. If there aren't any others, I'll entertain a motion to adopt those.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from March 3rd, 2026 workshop and the March 10th, 2026 city council meeting minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Anyone opposed?
That is unanimous.
Thank you. Building development. Mr. Griffin. ABL-04-26, AOMS Thai Delights LLC, doing business as Chat and Chew with Restaurant Limited
that's-
Oh, wait.
Ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped. You don't handle that.
Oh, Brecca's in the back. She'll
Sorry,
take care of that
Nick. Oh, appeal of capacity decision, Peach State Trucking.
Good evening, Nick Griffin, Deputy Director of Building Development. We briefly touched on this item last at the work session, but this Peach State Trucking is proposing to remodel an existing building that they own, and they were going to increase the water and sewer capacity usage, essentially, or usage. And to do so, they triggered them that they had to apply for increased water sewer. They had to give us their projected average use and then peak usage. And staff denied that request, and they are applying to appeal that. And so I did mention at the work session that John could speak on this a lot more heavily than I could and answer a couple questions that I could not. So, John.
Mr. Bain.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Bain, Interim Deputy City Manager. So just some brief history on this request. Peach State first came to the city in December of 23 with a pre-submittal meeting and submitted the site development application in February of 2024. That application included a request for water and sewer for the existing facility you'd see on site today, but not for an additional facility. There was a sewer main and easement running across that parcel, which was in conflict with the building plans that Peach State had. So Peach State requested to relocate that sewer and easement around the exterior of that property so they could build the facility where they had designed it, which the city approved. There were also some lift station access issues that the city worked through with the developer as well. So from that time in 24 till today, we of course have allocated other capacities to other developments, both those that were approved some time ago and those that were approved since. So this new request for water and sewer service, although not a particularly large quantity, at a requested daily flow of 2,100 gallons a day, which is a peak flow of 6,300 gallons a day, is beyond the capacity we have at the wastewater treatment facility to serve. We did provide them a letter of limited availability, meaning we provide them water service. We assured them we'd provide water service with the expectation the building that they're looking to expand upon would remain on the septic system that it currently is. So if you would refer to one of the attachments, the soil test attachment, the highlighted section states that these areas have been cut and filled to an extent that they are not recommended for septic construction. So I think one could infer that the cut and fill was relative to the Peach State construction project, Now, I don't know if that means the existing septic system was impacted by the development or the proposed expansion of the existing septic system was impacted by the development. I personally not sure about the answer to that. But the reality is we did provide water service to the site. We did not deny the wastewater service because of the ordinance. We denied the wastewater service because we just don't have the capacity to serve. That's why we denied the capacity. It's not necessarily an ordinance issue. We have the ordinance in place, which allows staff the ability to check the available capacity of all the conveyance systems, the pump stations, the lines, and the treatment facilities before we approve or deny a project. That's the meaning of the ordinance. So that gave us the ability to look back at this and say whether or not we could serve the project. We did determine we do not have the capacity to serve the project. So that is the reason for the denial of sewer capacity. Again, we did provide water service to the site with the expectation at the time that they would remain on the existing septic system. So I apologize for not being here last week. I was in training last Tuesday. But if I can answer any questions anyone has, I'd be glad to. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Conte.
Good evening. So if we deny it, what is their recourse? Is just to extend some type of sewer septic that they got going on?
Well, I don't want to speak for the developer. I believe the soil test shows that the soil is not conducive to expanding the septic, but that's a question better answered by them. I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf.
Yeah, this will
I can
require a public hearing, so that it says this is, oh, no, it doesn't.
But
Right.
I believe the
Okay.
applicant is here and available
Okay,
to answer questions.
Councilman Warmoth.
Do we have any idea of, and I hate to put you on the spot here because I know I didn't ask you beforehand, is there any idea as to when Villa Rica will have the sewer capacity for a project like this?
Yes, thanks for that. When we state that it's a denial on the sewer capacity, what we're essentially saying is we do not have the ability to serve today.
Right.
But we are working diligently with the state to get approvals necessary to provide for more capacity for all of our residents and commercial operations within the city. At the time in which we get that permit and approval, it's the staff's intent to go back to anyone that has been denied capacity for wastewater service to discuss with them the time frame it'll be when, so we would let them know when they can expect to have service and they can start their planning and essentially work towards that date so we could work concurrently with them with our expansion projects. So it is staff's intent to go back to anyone that was denied capacity. Realistically, if you're asking for a date, this is all pending state approval, so I want to be
It's
conservative.
estimated, right.
But we're probably looking at 3 years would be an estimate.
Okay. Wow. And this development, they are already aware that we do not have the capacity. Have they heard? I mean, they obviously hear now that it's possibly roughly idea wise 3 years. Have they been given that type of number?
I don't know that we got into that conversation or not. I don't believe we got that conversation. When we deny capacity, they have the opportunity to appeal to mayor and council, which is a step they took.
Okay, well, I'll save the rest of my questions for them then.
So as far as contacts, they built the large facility, Peach State. That is on city water and sewer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So they bought a large tract of property. There's an additional building on that property. That was another business, correct?
At the time, yes. At the
Okay.
time, I believe it was.
That's what we're talking about.
Yes.
That, at that time, was operating as another business on a septic system.
Yes.
Now, my understanding is they want to use that for training, and I don't know all the details, but I know all these details, and I did watch the work session since I was out of town as well. They want to use this training. I'm not sure what that capacity is, but I know when you bring it to us as an appeal, because we've dealt with some other locations, in some cases, they could go on septic. On others, they need to be able to demonstrate that they are helping us with the conveyance or infrastructure that we need to meet our end goal. Is that correct?
Yes, if there's an opportunity where a particular project can assist with a capacity or conveyance concern, then that gives us the opportunity to look at options there, yes.
Okay, and that would be something we'd take into consideration if they helped us with infrastructure, or specifically just infrastructure having to do with sewer?
I would say all of the above. It depends on the project. Some projects require water infrastructure improvements, some require sewer, some require both.
Were
That would
they
be
able
project
to do
dependent.
some of those for us?
At Peach State?
Or with us? Yes.
Well, no, what we did was there was a sewer line on the property, and their building plans would be in conflict with the existing sewer. So Peach State requested the relocation, which they did. They performed that relocation. They relocated that sewer around the perimeter of the property so they could build the building where it currently sits.
Okay. Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Bain, I asked this question at the work session, and you weren't here, and they deferred it to you, so it was waiting for you to get back. So I asked, what is the increase, if you were to tap into the existing capacity, how much will it increase with that particular project?
With their application noted 2,100 gallons a day, which is a peak. We use a peaking factor of 3, so we would use a peak flow of 6,300 gallons a day.
Okay. And you mentioned that it would be 3-year wait time. Will Peach State wait until 3 years? Is that an amenable time frame for them? Or this is something that has to happen now?
Probably better asked to the applicant.
Okay.
Yes, and again, 3 years. That's probably conservative. I'd like to think we can push that up a little bit, but until we have crossed certain thresholds and gotten permits actually in hand, I'm hesitant to do that. But once I get those permits in hand, that allows us to start our design and construction. Then we can really isolate and determine the exact time. So as an example, if a project is, say, a 12-month project, we would go to the applicant 12 months prior to us completing the project so they can work concurrent with us. So when they're complete, we have the capacity, as opposed to waiting till we get all the way to the end.
Okay. And is it customary that we as a council could basically approve it with the condition of waiting to the sewer capacity is ready and give them that conditional approval now, so they wouldn't have to come back in the future? I mean, does that even make sense? Because I understand what they're trying to accomplish, and so Attorney Smith, I think I'm about to say something.
Sorry, I was just thinking the system that they have in place where they will approach all of these applicants as soon as the timeline is in place. I think that already accomplishes the goal that I understand what you're trying to do from a business perspective. You're trying to provide some assurance, but I think the system is already in place with what Mr. Bain has said.
Okay, so they would just have to come back and
Yeah, they would
appeal it
not
again.
have to come back for approval. He
okay.
would approach them and let them know that it's time.
Okay.
Is the system.
And I don't mind if we put something more formal together to that extent. So we know when we've had these conversations with applicants and they've approached council and we've gone through the denial process, where we can have something more formal in place where we have a process where we reach back out to each one relative to their request.
That'd be great. Thank you.
John, I have another question. Since you would be part of that team when a business comes in with their developer and whoever all participates in the beginning and meets with the various team members, community development, utilities, everything else, and are going to build on that property, and there was a existing business that was using, in that smaller building, I guess, that was using septic, would you all have known, or would they have any expectation that something was operating there that wouldn't be able to operate there afterwards? I mean, what's your feeling about when y'all all meet together in the beginning before the decisions are made to go, that
Well, when
it'd be grandfathered in if it worked, right? The reason it won't work is because the soil test said it's not percolating enough, right? They don't recommend the sewer.
Yes.
I'm sorry, not the sewer, the septic.
Yeah, yeah, that's essentially correct. When someone brings at our pre-submittal meeting, when we first meet with all of our teams on a particular project, we talk about water capacity, sewer capacity, location, what we have to offer them relative to where they are, whether we have water and sewer in the area or not. And then in some cases, which you'll hear this evening as well, there's some projects that we have water service to the site, but we do not have sewer service. So we discussed their option of going on septic with the applicant, and one applicant, I believe, is here to discuss that they would be, the request to go on septic was approved because we don't offer sewer service to that particular parcel. So we look at each applicant as they come in, and we talk through any possible hurdles, any potential issues, what we can serve, where we cannot serve, and we try to work out as many of those details as we can.
But obviously that building wasn't getting connected onto the sewer. So,
Yeah, correct. This particular building was not.
right, so did y'all, and that's the only reason we're talking about it, is would you or them had any expectation that it couldn't have kept operating on septic, being that it was at that time with a business? I mean, did anybody foresee that that the one that was operating that way wouldn't be operating that way?
Not that I'm aware of. I wasn't aware of any water or sewer or septic issues with that facility when it was operating as a different business. So, to our knowledge, it was functioning as a different business on our water system and on a septic system.
I know the applicant is here, and I know y'all have questions. Anything else for John? Okay,
Thank you.
I was going to say applicant, but maybe we call it the appealer? Appellant? There you go. Don't spend a lot of time in court.
Good evening. I'm Stephen Ellis with Pro Building. We're the architect, and we're the design build firm that designed and constructed the facility there for Peach
Okay,
State.
Mr. Ellis, did I get that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Stephen Ellis,
Yes, Stephen
okay.
Ellis. So just, John, basically what John explained is correct. I'll just give you a little more history. That Peach State purchased that property in September of 2021, and that's when we began to conceive that this location could be what it is today, and that we had plans along with Peach State to develop this property to what you see today, along with the future training facility. We were not made aware, and I think you may have said this, Mr. Mayor, I don't know how we would have known that there was a sewer issue at that point. We knew the building was on septic. I think I spoke erroneously about that on last Tuesday, but the ordinance does make provisions for a commercial project to connect to sewer, and we knew that there was sewer right adjacent to that building, so we were running under the assumption that this could be connected to the sewer system. So we proceeded in 2023, as John said, with the engineering and permit applications for the main facility, and at the time we applied for sewer capacity, and we were granted sewer capacity. So again, that second step, we were not made aware that there was a sewer capacity issue. When we came close to completing that facility, which I think it was, I think we CO'd it in November of 2025. Shortly after that, we submitted plans for the training center, which is this additional building that was existing on the property. The reason that we're needing sewer tie-in and the reason that the capacity has changed is that was a very small, I think it was J&M Trucking. It was a very small business that just had a few employees working there. And the vision here is to be the training center for all of Peach State Truck Centers. And so the use is more intense with more people being trained and more patrons coming and going. And that required the additional sewer capacity. And again, we were unaware that there was a sewer issue. We submitted plans for permit. We submitted our sewer capacity request. And I guess just a few, I have the letter here. I think on March 17th of this year, we were made aware that there was not sewer capacity. And so at that point, Mr. Bain directed us that our next possible step was to appeal to City Council to potentially overturn that decision. So I'm here to answer any. One more point of clarification. That soils test that we had done, Mr. Bain spoke that he didn't know if the cut and fill had anything to do with our project. It did not. That septic system, that must have been cut and fill from the 80s or 90s whenever that building was built. We didn't disturb that area. That septic system is on the far side of that building, which was untouched by the main project.
Would you define cut and fill? Does that have to do with when y'all are
That just means
putting
that
in the
those,
foundation?
those are
and-
not virgin soils from the beginning of time. It was cut and fill whenever that building was built originally.
Okay, it's pre-existing.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Conte.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to get some clarification. When you stated that you weren't aware of the water, or the sewer capacity or water sewer capacity issue, can you clarify? Are you saying that, you didn't have like full disclosure when you guys obtained that specific property? I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
Well, when we moved forward with the main project, the big building, we submitted for sewer capacity and were granted sewer
Right.
capacity. So we had no reason to believe or just no frame of reference to understand that there was a sewer capacity issue at the time.
Right. So I guess my question is it, when you say you had no reason, that you made an assumption, fair enough, that there should be nothing wrong with the contingent building next to the main one where you guys want to do the training, correct?
Correct, yeah. Assumption
Okay.
based on the previous approval.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because it kind of sounded like there wasn't a full disclosure of the city letting you know.
Oh, no.
that.
I'm
Okay.
not insinuating that at all. I'm just saying we had no reasonable
Gotcha.
understanding
to
that
do it
that
as
was
a
that was an
continuous
issue until we
investigation.
submitted for permit.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was
Thank
it was
you.
not disclosed. Yeah.
Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Ellis,
Yes, ma'am.
I lost my train of thought. But at the time when you submitted your first plans for this project, what was the intent for that building then? Or did you not have any particular intentions to use it?
The vision for it was always to be the training center,
Mm-hmm.
but there was another tenant there at the time, and we were unsure of when they were going to terminate their lease effectively, when they could leave. So that was always the grand plan.
To use it as a training center?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess was that submitted in the plans, or, was it intended to be used for that, or was it just sort of like you all left it out, and we'll come to it when we get to that point?
Yeah, when we permitted the original, we'll say the main development,
Mhm.
that was still being used by another tenant. So yes, that was not part of that
It was not-
that
okay.
request. Correct.
So now, at this point, you wish to use it because the tenant is no longer occupying that space?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thing that complicates things, did you say is 2021 when you all, was that purchasing the property or beginning?
That was when the property was purchased. in
Okay,
September
and it was the summer of '24 when we came to full realization of our capacity issues.
Right.
And that's why there's
we
a
were in
comp-
full construction of the main project and already had been granted.
I was trying to calculate the
Yeah,
dates.
yeah.
Councilman Warmoth.
Just for clarity,
Yes, ma'am.
your sewer capacity approval letter that you said you received was for the Peach State trucking facility, not this new training center, correct?
Yes, correct.
So you were never given any sort of approval for this at any point?
That's correct. Yeah, the letter we received for denial for that new the training center was on March 17th.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I did hear what Councilwoman Conte was saying. It did sound as though you were insinuating that you had been given approval for that sewer capacity at some point, but that's why I asked
Yeah.
for clarification
We-
of that.
Yeah, we were given approval of the main project. Not
Okay,
the training
so
center.
the previous tenant that was there, they operated with septic.
Correct.
And why can we not continue to operate with septic?
The building could continue to operate on septic in its current state, we'll say, but not as the training facility. It's a more intense use. That was
So
a
it needs to
business
be-
with 4 or 5 employees.
So it needs to be upgraded?
It needs to be upgraded. Yeah, we're going to completely renovate the building, and it's going to have a more intense use, so a higher sewer demand. And we tried to expand. We went through the steps to try to expand the septic system, and the soils were not compatible to expand it to the size that it needs to be.
Well, that's unfortunate.
That is very unfortunate.
Because exactly what I said last week at the work session, we're in a really bad position here because we can't give what we don't have. And if we don't have the capacity to approve this, we simply can't do it. And I really hate it for you because I'm very pro-business. But, we just can't give what we don't have. How do you feel about the possibility of 3 years. Is there any sort?
That's gonna handcuff them somewhat. We'll have to come up with an alternate solution.
Well, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
getting at.
I mean,
Is
some kind of
there,
alternate that's not.
is there any sort of, I know that that's not favorable, but we're all in a bad position here. So it's, and I hate it for you guys, I really do. I would feel a lot better if I knew of whatever alternative solution that you could have, because I hate to put those limits on any sort of business like that. But again, to give what we don't have, and it sets that precedence to, other businesses are going to come to us and say, well, you approved this one, why can't you approve us? And again, that puts us in a really bad situation. So, yeah, I would love to hear what you all have as an alternative solution.
We'll have to figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, a greatly pared down use, and I don't know what that looks like yet. We'll have to reconvene.
I mean, I know that what I'm
amongst ourselves.
I know what I'm saying is not what you all want to hear. I mean,
Right.
but
Understood.
Can I ask John a question? There you are. Okay, so we've had to do what we've had to do because we knew we had capacity issues. We found out in 2024. There's certain criteria. We either don't have it at all, like we don't have it, or yes, we have it based on these caveats. Remember, we have certain criteria, and I don't have them in front of me right now, where we can allow this in certain circumstances if, but it doesn't sound like that happened, if they're also doing infrastructure improvements that are helping us get to the goal of where we're going. Has that occurred?
At this particular site?
Well, yeah, I don't know where else it would
No,
occur.
but I'm
Yeah,
not
that's-
sure. I mean, I was not sure what infrastructure improvements could be made relative to this site today to allow for any additional capacity or conveyance. I think.
Because
you know,
remember,
and we're-
that was one of the criteria that
Yeah.
maybe we could approve if, hey, they're doing the pump or they're doing some kind of
Well-
infrastructure that is assisting us in getting there, but it doesn't sound like.
Yeah, but that's, I think, I understand, I think how the ordinance is written is that if essentially where we are today, let's talk about capacity of our wastewater facilities. If a facility can help us with capacity, there's a couple ways to do that. Help us with the expansion of the treatment plant or take some of the load off of the discharge of the treatment plant. That would help us with capacity, right? So, but in this situation, I don't see that as a viable option. Now, to be clear, I know all of staff, we've all met and discussed internally, had meetings regarding this. We're all very appreciative of the Peach State Truck Center site, and we're willing to, if there are any alternate solutions, I think we'd be glad to sit and discuss them and see what we can do to help with that. Because, we don't want to be in this position either with any of these businesses that have been great to come to the city. So we're certainly open to having some conversation. If there's a way we can help with an alternate solution, I think we'd be open if it requires a variance. I mean, I don't want to speak out of line, but I think we'd be open to having conversations about a solution we can find that we can both accomplish. But as far as any caveats in the ordinance, I don't see anything relative to this project that's going to help us with the existing capacity concern.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for that statement that you made, because I'm in concurring with you, because I feel like there's a solution here. We just got to put our heads together and we got to think. And I think what Mr. Baines just stated is a step in the right direction, because if we can get together, and I think we had a conversation at our retreat about impact fees and things like that, if we need to start thinking, further down the line on what we do with developers and it's developing within the city. But what I don't like to hear is we can't. I don't like to hear, we're at capacity. I mean, we're growing regardless of what capacity what level we're at. So we got to figure it out. And if that is the actual solution where you all would, you know, make those investments, you know, some type of public-private partnership, you all and other large developers that we have that can get us to that point. I would love to see, to the mayor's point, a conversation or a study committee or a group of developers that are willing to make that investment into our city and help us get there a lot sooner.
And let's
that's
just
my
clarify again, when we say we're at capacity, we don't mean we're filled to the top right now. Based on the developments that have already been approved, some of them have broken ground, some haven't, but they have approval. They have been figured in. When all that is built, we will be at the top, and that's why we have to be so careful. But we're working as we can on trying to get expansion plans
Yeah, correct.
approved.
You're correct. This is based a lot on what's been approved. We know where we will be as everything is constructed out. To be perfectly honest, there's not a short-term solution on capacity. Capacity is not a short-term solution. It's a long-term process to get through, as I mentioned prior, state approvals, design approvals, construction, inspections. It's a relatively long process, so there's not something that can be done in the next 6 months to 12 months to provide for more capacity. But that doesn't mean there isn't an alternate, so maybe we can find. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I wouldn't want to say there is one, but we're at least, I know staff's willing to sit at the table and talk and have discussions and conversation, see if there's anything we can do.
Councilman Conte.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Hang on, Councilman Barr.
My concern is basically what Councilman Warmoth was stating, like once we do for what we do for one company, no matter the size, it sets a precedence for others that staff has already, and council has already denied for whatever reason due to capacity in the past and the coming future. So what we have to do, in my humble opinion, is we have to be consistent and fair to all. And if staff has recommended denial due to the capacity that they've stated clearly since I've been on council for a numerous amount of reasons, then I'm more inclined to agree, because as am I, same as Councilwoman Warmoth, a business owner, at the end of the day, it does come across looking as to favoritism, because one specific business is larger, perhaps with more that they can assist with than, let's say, a company or business of mine who's a franchise, who need the same thing, but I don't have that, weight, if you will, in the business world. So that is my concern. Precedence and perception is everything, whether it's intended to be or not. So I'm more inclined to trust what the staff is stating pertaining to denial, because at this point, it's just not doable, and hopefully looking for something in the future, because we've already set that precedent for several other, I don't even know how many, I'm just guessing, other businesses that have come about in front of council before myself, my predecessor, and others who have been denied for the same reasoning. So that's really, truly my concern, is being fair holistically, because what we do for one, we should be able to do for all.
Understood.
Councilman Warmoth.
I'm just going to add real quick. We have amazing staff, and I have no doubt that they are going to be more than willing to work with you to find some sort of solution, some alternative solution, to be able to help you out however we can.
Yeah, I would agree with the staff, your staff comment. They've been wonderful to work with.
Thank you.
We work with them all over the southeast, so these guys are great.
Appreciate that. I'm sure they appreciate it too.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I just say too, I was just talking with John, I just want to make sure it's very clear when we talk about when we have developments that contribute or maybe construct a lift station or something like that, that is, yes, helping our capacity, but it's also running parallel with us expanding our plant. So let's just say hypothetically, impact fees. We had impact fees, and if we charged the impact fee for this, that still wouldn't allow or give us capacity today. So staff recommendation would still be denial, because even though maybe a fee would be assessed, we still don't have the capacity in our sewer to give. We have nothing to give, if that makes sense. Or if I may have confused it, I don't know. Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out how the conveyance, because we said there's certain exceptions we will make, not because of favors or non-favors, but if they can help us with conveyance, and I'm not sure what all those details are. That's a John thing. I know we talked about it some in the work session, and we don't have to beat that. We've done enough. Not tonight. I'll ask you later. Any other Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just want to just basically echo, I definitely agree with my fellow council members, but at the same time, I want to make sure that, I was very, pretty clear. I'm not talking about today and a solution tomorrow. I'm talking about a solution maybe 3, 4, 5 years from now, but we start, right now, that would help, John and his team, kind of cut that timeline down if we can actually, look at, some type of, investment in working with, developers like you all to come in and help us to Councilwoman Conte's point, helping the city work, citywide, and not just one particular development, but having a plan and working, together towards that. I mean, if you want to make that investment into Villa Rica, because they're, like I said, you all developers are coming, and we want to be able to, accommodate, but then we also need to start asking you all, what can you do to help us, build our city, and grow smart in the direction that we need to go into. Thank you.
There's no more, if there aren't any other questions, a decision needs to be made. There needs to be a motion.
I move to deny the Peach State's appeal of the sewer capacity decision.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
Denial is unanimous.
Move on to J, item 1, under community development. Ms. Carter, ABL-04-26. I'm on the right one this time. AM's Thai Delights LLC, doing business as Chat and Chew, limiting pouring license. This does require a public hearing.
Yes, Your Mayor, and in honor of, or I guess in reference to the public hearing, we actually have 5 public hearings tonight. So I'd like to briefly go over what that procedure looks like. Staff will present the item, then there will be 10 minutes staff will present the item, then we will open the public hearing, at which point there will be 10 minutes in favor of, and then 10 minutes for speaking against. And that will be the conclusion of the public hearing. So just want to make it clear that whatever is granted on the in favor of side will be equally granted on the against side. And the content of the remarks to be included in that public hearing are noted in our ordinances. Each speaker shall speak only to the merits of the proposed application under consideration and shall address his or her remarks only to the city council and not directly to the audience. Each speaker shall refrain from personal attacks on any other speaker or the discussion of facts or opinions irrelevant to the proposed application under consideration. The presiding officer may limit or refuse a speaker the right to continue if the speaker, after first being cautioned, continues to violate this procedure. We have 5 on the agenda tonight, so we want to make sure these are timely and efficient. Thank you.
Attorney Smith, just a question in there. There's also presentation time for the other. Are you saying we're going to have the for and against before the applicant comes up and presents?
The way that our ordinance is written is that the applicant presents as part of the in favor.
Okay.
So if you've got
So they would need to come up
Yes.
first so that they can be heard from before,
No,
okay.
staff needs to
Not
present the
before
item.
staff. I don't mean before staff. I mean before the people after them start commenting.
Correct.
They're on the 4, okay.
Mhm.
And 10 minutes each side. Got it.
And they may reserve a portion of their 10 minutes for rebuttal.
Correct. Thank you. Ms. Carter.
Okay.
Go.
Yes, the first item before you tonight, good evening, City Council and Mayor, and the City Council and residents and commercial business owners. So our first item before you is for Chat and Chew Restaurant that's located in downtown Villa Rica. They are requesting a limited pouring license to serve alcohol. The ordinance requires that any new license for alcohol has to go through the council for approval.
Questions? Limiting pouring? This one's a pretty simple one. All right. We will hear for anyone that opposes. No.
In favor.
In favor first. In favor. Okay. So then we would get the applicant up here.
Correct.
Anyone that is for this, and this is the time for the applicant to come up, if they choose to, if you choose to say something about your business and what you're requesting here tonight. Does the applicant wish to do that? I was going to say, you don't have to, but it's your opportunity to say, this is what we're asking for. And you always get a little lecture from the attorney afterwards, only because it has to do with serving alcohol and we watch out for the kids.
Well,
Yes, sir.
I'm Jeffrey Ainsworth with Chat and Chew. We have lots of customers come in and they walk in the door and say, do you serve beer? And we say no. They turn around and walk out. So it happens almost every day. Many people come in or they'll sit down and even order food, you know, or looking at the menu, and then they'll say, oh, you don't serve beer, and they'll get up and walk out. So anyway, we want to serve beer and wine and hopefully make a little bit more money and bring more business into downtown.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this alcohol license? Limited pouring. Is there anyone that would like to speak against this license? Easy enough. Attorney Smith, would you like to tell them what we do so they can be forewarned? Don't worry, it's just how we watch out for the underage people.
Unless you guys.
We do this to everyone that comes in for an alcohol license.
Well, you haven't approved it yet, so do you want to save the speech until after you approve or deny?
It's up to you.
Guys. All right. This is so awkward. I have to be on the microphone and also talk to you. So, you understand that the city of Villa Rica is very serious about enforcing the law to prevent the sale of alcoholic beverages to minors. We also want to make you aware that the city police will periodically conduct sting operations to determine whether any of our merchants are violating those laws. Will you make sure that you train your employees to obey the laws against underage sales? Yes. All right. We got enough affirmative from the applicant.
Okay, if there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion. For the first one that finds the motion?
I move to
Yes,
approve the
Councilman.
alcohol license application for, I did this last time too, Amos,
Ames?
Alms, Tide Delights LLC, doing business as Chat and Chew, located at 130 West Montgomery Street, Suite E, Villa Rica, Georgia 30180.
We have a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. And y'all don't have to stay all night. I know you've been working all day probably. So those that are finished with theirs are free to leave if you want to have the rest of your night. We're going to move on to item 2, rezoning request by Apex Nexus Investments to rezone the subject property from agricultural residential AG to commercial low density C1. This is at 974 Dallas Highway.
Good evening again, Brecca Carter, Director of Community and Economic Development. So the request before you is regarding a rezoning from agricultural to C1. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. I'm sorry, it's not coming up for me. So a little bit of background and history about the project. The applicant came in and submitted this rezoning request in 2023. At that time, it was denied, citing that it was not the highest and best use for the property, and also that they're requesting a interparcel connectivity to the adjacent property to the west, which is the Dollar General. It's located on Dallas Highway between the two new roundabouts. There is a home that's occupied to the east, and there's property to the north, which is also agricultural. So the proposed development is on a 1.56 acre tract, proposing a 4,600 plus convenience store, a fuel canopy that has 6 pumps at 4,550 square feet, and then a 1,200 square foot white box attached to the convenience store for other uses. They are proposing on-site septic. Of course, there's no public sewer. And then the primary access is from Dallas Highway. Again, this is a development that was included and upgraded from the 2023 proposal. So you'll see from the aerial, this is the property currently highlighted by the green box. Just to the west, of course, is Dollar General. The north is agricultural. There is a single-family detached home to the east, and the vacant land to the south. Zoning map shows you the current zoning. To the north and to the east are both agricultural. Any commercial zoning that comes in is required to have a 30-foot buffer on either side, in this case the north and the east, to mitigate impacts from noise, other types of things regarding this particular use. So this is part of the Miners Village designation for the future land use, which, while it allows commercial zoning, it does identify low density types of uses, like your neighborhood commercial uses, like coffee shops and cleaners and those types of professional service offices. So this is the most up-to-date site plan that we received from the applicant. As you can see, the canopies are on the front, on the south side of the lot, with the convenience store and the proposed white box of 1,200 square feet to the north. There are some renderings received from the applicant for the facade and for the pumps as well. And for the convenience store, the 1,200 square foot retail shop, this is what is being proposed as an example. Okay, so regarding the traffic impact, the applicant is thinking that they will promote at least about 2,400 daily trips. Gas stations are a medium to high intense use in an area that currently has agricultural uses to the north and the east. Dallas Highway, of course, is GDOT project that will be brought over to the city council, for the city, for us to manage as far as the road design. So again, back to the comprehensive plan designation. The property is located within the Miners Village future land use area, where it requires and supports low impact commercial developments. Gas stations are very high intense uses, especially if it is just adjacent to a occupied single family home, and then agricultural property to the north, which can be used for agricultural uses. The proposed high impact fueling station, it poses some adverse impacts to the adjacent residential uses. Staff has recommended denial of the request. At the March 17th, 2026 meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission made a motion to approve it, but there was a lack of a second, and it failed for lack of a second for the approval, so there was no recommendation from them. Of course, as always, staff provides our staff recommendation based on the code and the comprehensive plan, but we also offer you If you so choose to approve the use, conditions that staff believes will be applicable to this particular use, and those are listed for you here.
Councilman Warmoth.
Hi. So looking at the plans, there's a separate entrance, correct? Not coming out onto Dallas Highway?
Well, the main entrance is from Dallas Highway, but if you'll see to the kind of the southwestern portion, that's the interparcel connectivity to the Dollar General that lines up somewhat with their current stub out, which allows for cars to not have to get back onto Dallas Highway to get back to the next parcel next door.
So there would be a shared entrance with Dollar General. Who owns that property?
So,
I mean, like the entrance property.
Sure. So the entrance off of Dallas Highway would be handled by the applicant.
Okay.
But the interparcel connectivity, of which Dollar General was required to provide, that would be a shared drive, a shared easement.
And Dollar General was in agreement when this was approved for that shared drive?
Well, Dollar General came prior to this, so they had to install that as a part of what they were approved for.
Okay, wait, say that one more time.
So Dollar General had to provide an interparcel connectivity in order, and all that means is to have access to the adjacent property without the driver having to go out back on the main road just to make that turn into the right to the property that's right next door. So it keeps it where you keep cars off of the road a little bit more than you would otherwise. And Dollar General was required to install this interparcel connectivity. The applicants in 2023 did not propose that connection. That, and because of that issue and the issue of it not being the highest and best use for that property, was why it was denied in 2023.
Okay.
That was a zoning condition back on the Dollar General. That's what that, just for clarification.
I think it was basically future planning. If other things came in, there'd be an access road where you can go 3 or 4 different places,
Right.
just like over by the old Chick-fil-A, the previous, and racetrack and all. You can get off and go to, now about 10 different things without having to get back on the main road because they're interconnected, and they have that access road. Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Carter, I also see here that there are 9 conditions for this particular project. If those 9 conditions are met, and I'm assuming that if you probably talked to the developer, are they willing to meet these 9 conditions? And if those 9 conditions are met, does it put this development or this particular project in line with the growth of that area that's coming forth right now?
Yes, the applicant is aware of the zoning conditions. They have been provided this as part of the Planning and Zoning Commission process, and they are aware of the conditions now. As it pertains to whether they can meet the requirements of the code, the rezoning for C1 does. The use, because it is a higher intensity use, then the code allows for staff to offer any type of approval is where the conflict is. After looking at this project and several others, it is in, I think, the city's best interest to take another look at our code, look and look at small area studies, look at major corridors, to be very strategic and intentional about how we want them to develop if the council feels there's been an adjustment in the comprehensive plan or the code requirements. So that's always an option to give you a more comprehensive view of what this area could become. And that's really what the conversation today is about. Does this particular use fit that area?
Yep. And I actually looked at that particular comprehensive plan specifically for this particular development, and what it states in the plan and the ordinance is not what's happening right now. I mean, it's growing. So I don't know if you all see the traffic. Now that's just phenomenal on that back road. I don't know if it's just because of the corridor, or I mean the bypass, but it's basically now, I think from a mayor and council perspective, we need to start looking at, okay, if this should pass, what should we be doing within that particular area? Specifically, I know there's other areas as well, but since we're talking about this project, what do we need to be doing to get this particular area ready for the growth that it's experiencing? Because I'm looking at the product, I love the product, and I'm thinking about Tanner, I'm thinking about Walton Trails, I'm thinking about Varieta, Dollar General, and now with all the traffic with the bypass, it is now extremely it's time for, an update in that comprehensive plan, because it definitely doesn't meet what's going on right now. And I think that's something we need to look at, so that's what I'm saying. Thank you, Mayor.
Question. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Marchman.
We're having a lot of problems with that roundabout right there, and accidents almost happening. And if you put that there, with all of the traffic, it would. Excuse me. Yeah. I say with the roundabout, and then they're going to do another roundabout, and then all of that traffic right there in that little, I call it a little pie. But anyway, with the traffic coming and going, that would really, really tie up some and have more accidents, really.
Yeah, and to your point, Councilwoman Marshman, that's why I'm saying that we're going to have to really look at beyond this, because if it's not this project, it's going to be another project, or it could be a storage unit, could be, anything that really doesn't enhance the growth or the viability of that particular area. So whatever happens, going to have some type of study, growth study for that particular, because that's prime real estate, and it's coming, I'm just thankful that, this is a product that they're willing to put here, because I can imagine anything else that can go there that probably doesn't support or allow us to support the community or the citizens that would basically patronize that particular business. But I understand that I see that as a retail as well on the side of that particular. Can you speak on what you know about that as well?
The retail portion is on the eastern side of the property. Let me go to that slide. So this is what the applicant is proposing for the C-store or the convenience store. And then this is the portion that would be to the side of the building of the convenience store. It will be about 1,200 square feet, which is being proposed. They may have to do some changes with the size. They have about 4,600 square feet for the convenience store itself. But it could be any of these uses. It could be a small restaurant, a studio, real estate, professional offices, those types of things. And they have to meet parking requirements and those types of things.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But what they are proposing is a gas station.
Well, a gas station in conjunction with this 1,200 square foot white box for a tenant or tenants that they would bring into the space.
So we're talking about multiple.
There are multiple buildings being proposed on this property. Okay.
Which does fit within the doesn't fit within the comprehensive plan, because that's also taking into consideration the traffic, correct?
It's taking into consideration the traffic, but also the use and the impacts of the use to the adjacent owners. You have a single family detached home directly to the east. The property to the north is agricultural. And typically when you have these types of uses, it's a transition from your agricultural uses to neighborhood commercial, and then you go up from there to help to keep those, those impacts to those owners down.
Right, and that in the impact as well into consideration for that Dollar General and the easement, I guess, that they would have to, to purchase from.
Yes, they would have to have an agreement with Dollar General,
right,
in order to have a shared easement.
Right. So that's taking that into consideration as well.
Well, not the easement in particular, but mostly primarily the use itself and the intensity of the use at that particular location.
I meant more so of the impact of that
Yes,
business.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Back, was it 2023 when the other business, and I knew my concern then was how are they going to get in and out on Dallas Highway real close to that roundabout now? So is the change in plan from then to now the idea that they have that entrance or exit through the Dollar General onto Harrell? Is that the change?
That is one change.
And is that a concern? How does staff see that?
So, as part of
with the traffic in and out in the roundabout there and the high usage because of the
Right.
type of business?
So the interparcel connectivity, I don't know if you can see it. Oh, no, you can't see it. But it's to the southwest, right at the bottom. You have an arrow kind of going in and two little gray lines going into the development. That's the interparcel connectivity that would have to go in. That was an issue that came up specifically at the 2023 rezoning application. As it pertains to the roundabouts being kind of back to back, one on one side of the property and one on the other, the zoning conditions that we have suggested, if you all do decide to approve the rezoning, is to address regarding the city engineer and making sure that they have the appropriate deceleration lane to get onto the property instead of a right off of Dallas Highway, which can cause, of course, backups, those types of things. But we do have for the applicant shall submit a site plan compliant with zoning and development standards and include the required 150-foot deceleration lane and a 50-foot taper on Dallas Highway in compliance with our engineer's requirements.
This will require a public hearing. Or any other questions? Councilman Momtahan.
Ms. Carter, so to that point, so I think if you go back, they're not proposing a right in, right out. They're proposing like a full ingress egress there, right?
Yes.
And so you could potentially have traffic trying to go back north on Dallas Highway. You're going to have left and right turns there potentially. Is that?
So this is just a conceptual plan.
Okay.
When they submit their engineered drawings, they would not be able to have a left turn out onto Dallas.
So that would then force, if you make right in, right out there, then that would then force more traffic to go through the Dollar General to try to get to Harold to make that left. Is that?
Likely.
Okay.
That is likely because those are the only two ingress egress points on the lot.
Yeah, so I'm starting to understand, I think, your previous concerns about the access now. I see that better. And then the intensity of the use, because I think, was it last week that you mentioned, or it's in the application, I saw 2,100 daily visits. Is that correct from the traffic study?
Yes, what's being proposed is they're stating that about 2,400.
2,400?
I got back a little further. About 2,400 trips per their
Okay.
traffic study that they conducted this year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Real quick, Ms. Carter, what is actually being developed across the street from this particular development?
So across the street is the R-Pit development. Not armpit, R-Pit. And it's proposing for townhomes. There's some commercial, there's some restaurants within the development that was approved, I want to say perhaps a year or longer ago.
July 23.
23.
Right.
July 23.
July 23. And is not under development now. It's not moving at this particular moment, but they do have plan approvals for the development.
Commercial on the frontage, and then
Commercial on the frontage, and then
55
some
and up.
townhomes. Yes, some senior housing.
So as you mentioned, there's not movement now. So typically, I know a lot about this industry. So what happens is everybody wait for the first guy to come in, and then everybody gets started because they want to see what happens, with a particular development. So if this is probably that I guess pioneer project, then that could get moving. Then you got another adjacent property, and then I noticed that there's a house on the side. They're going to sell, you know, and then now you're going to have somebody else come in and going to do the same thing. So it's going to develop regardless, because we actually put the roundabout there, not thinking about the smart growth in the future, but that's what's happening. You put that roundabout there, now more people are going to travel that road, especially with the bypass. All of that is basically bringing the traffic and bringing the numbers. So their 2100 that they're talking about, that's already there, and it's coming even more. So, you know, as you see, these developers are saying, okay, you know what, the traffic is there, I'm just going to put a business and make money, and that's what businesses do. So at this point, I think what we need to do is, again, look at that comprehensive plan going forward and have a smart plan for that area so it doesn't turn into anybody doing whatever they want to do, and then now it doesn't make any sense. Because like I said, if you look further down, there's already, there's a hospital there, so eventually we're going to have to attract businesses to service the hospital. And Rica has, I don't know, I went through there the other day, and I didn't realize they had so many employees. So I must be about 300 cars coming out of that parking lot, and, they have to have somewhere, to eat lunch, and the library is there, Walton's there. What I'm saying is basically doing something, being proactive is where we are right now. So I look at this and think about that R pit, it's going to happen across the street anyway. I'm done.
Now, Ms. Carter can come back up. I'm just watching the applicants, and I know they're agreeing, but I think there's some things that aren't clear either, because I see them doing this, so I'm not sure if we need clarification. So we can do all our questions now and continue, or we can hear from the applicant. Then we can even have Brecca come up and clarify. It's up to y'all. Okay. Councilman Conte.
Okay, I'm trying to understand. So, with all the 9 recommendations, if council was to approve this, is it your opinion that with those 9 recommendations, would it be doable? Because I'm very concerned in that small area, as Councilwoman Marchman said, with traffic. It's already disrespectful. And and then, as you said, we have the R pit it's coming. It's what it is, and it's even going to be more traffic. With the 9 recommendation, is it even plausible that would not cause a traffic congestion, possibly accidents and other things of concern that other council members have mentioned, which are valid points and my concerns as well?
I would say that it is plausible that you're going to have additional traffic. A lot of additional traffic for that small space. Mm-hmm. But as far as the recommendation from staff, we have to look at our comprehensive plan, which maybe we need to revisit it, kind of like with other rezonings that have come through. What's happened? How much development have we received in the last 3 years since that plan was completed? And then really addressing how we build smart growth on specific corridors that when that first business comes in, everybody's going to want to come in as well, which is apparently, yes, very plausible for that, because they're typically a catalyst site that spurs development. Because of the differences in the code and the comprehensive plan, staff has to make a recommendation that's on the basis of what's compatible to the use out there on that north side of the property. So we give you the recommendation so that you're aware of the things that are potential concerns, if you so choose to approve it. And then we create those zoning conditions to give some buffering and some management around the applicant for developing. I think our code does have some areas of need, especially pertaining to certain areas throughout the city, like Highway 61, like downtown, to really address appropriate uses in that area. And if our comp plan is outdated, then we want to address it. If our code has some discrepancies or things like that, we always want to address that. So these are things I always want to bring to you all as opportunities for us to truly get what the city wants in particular areas, to see it grow the way we'd like to see it grow.
Because my concern is not growth. I'm definitely pro-growth, but I'm also pro-smart growth.
Absolutely.
And I guess my concern is, I love the concept that's been presented. I just wish it was in a different location, if that makes sense. Like, we need it, just not, I don't know if that's the right, it's like squeezing it in.
Right, yep.
That's my concern.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rica.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'll just save mine for council discussion. It's not really a question for Ms. Carter.
Okay. I think we'll go ahead and open the public hearing, have the applicant come up. There are 10 minutes. You can always reserve part of that for rebuttal. Of course, there's other people that might come up and speak for or against during that time. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Krish Patel. I reside at 109 Summer Chase, Carrollton, Georgia, 30116. Last year, I served as a finance intern for Carroll County. I'm currently a student at the University of Georgia studying finance and accounting. I also serve in the Army National Guard. I've been working for this project over a year. When we first began, I went over to planning and zoning and requested a zoning verification letter, which stated that the property is zone C1 with no code violations. Later in October, we were informed that that letter did not withhold. So we came here to formally go through the rezoning process to continue this project. My partners and I are proposing a convenience store in similar concept to a site located on 113 Highway and Northside Drive in Carroll County, right outside the city limits. We have thoroughly adjusted this to match the corridor, such as Dollar General, their all brick concept, as well as down the street from Tanner. We intend this project to serve the Villa Rica residents, those traveling along the corridor, and nearby employment such as Tanner, Verdes, and Saltaire Senior Living. We will offer fresh meals, EV charging, financial services, and other everyday conveniences. Our goal is to create a safe and welcoming environment for customers while also creating employment opportunities. The service station will require anywhere to 4 to 5 employees daily. Additional, we are proposing a retail space that can provide local entrepreneurs with the opportunity to establish business, which can estimate anywhere 3 and 5 employees. Really just depends what business is going to be implemented there. This is not considering the fact that maybe there could be a stand-up, like a Girl Scout cookie placed in the parking lot. We're very open to community, especially with all the convenience stores. We always have a stand-up. People will come in. We support small business, what I'm trying to say. This project isn't about just creating a community for members to shop safely and conveniently, but we support small growth, like I stated before, and creating entry-level jobs with minimum requirement, contributing to the development on this corridor. We have taken necessary steps to comply with the city's requirements, and we are committed to continue working with staff to meet all conditions and moving forward. Tonight, I respectfully ask for approval tonight. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Hang on. Yes, Councilman Conte.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your speech. You mentioned in your speech that initially when you got the letter, it was zoned as C1?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
So we went to 2 attack meetings before that, 1 attack meeting before the October meeting, and then we were told that, this property does not hold that C1, and the zoning verification letter is not proper. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who could elaborate on that? I'm not understanding.
Yep. So, the zoning verification letter was a letter from planning and zoning. That's when Mr. Sean Daniels had worked in office. Basically just stating that, yes, 974 is in compliance with commercial C1 with no code violations. There may have been a mix-up with the previous attempt with a different applicant back in 2023, which me and Mr. Montaham have discussed it, in which we have reviewed it, and it is not C1. So that was a mistake. But at the same time, for 6 months, we were with the mindset, this is C1. Let's hurry up and start getting our permits pulled, getting our site plan approved. And, yep. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
1 second, Brooke. So for clarification, you were under the impression that due to the letter, that you initially received, that it was under C1.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is no fault of yours.
No,
And you
ma'am.
guys started planning accordingly for that because it was, what you was presented was C1.
Yes, ma'am.
So you spent money and resources?
A lot. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please explain to me what. Thank you.
So I cannot speak on what happened in the past. I was prior to my coming to the city when we discovered that the letter that was provided by the applicant, which was unsigned by Sean Daniels, who was working here at the time, we did not consider it to be official. So what we did was we issued an updated zoning verification letter and provided all of the information regarding the meeting minutes from the previous 2023 denial, and the applicant went from there.
Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Ms. Carter, they received this letter, and I saw a copy of that letter somewhere, I think in an email or online somewhere, but they received this letter, and you all purchased the property based on the fact that you had the impression that it was C1? And that's the money that you invested into the project so far?
Yeah, he's going to need to be at the mic. You might just want to stay up there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We had the property under contract for about 180 days, which we also had an extension with the property owner. And from there, we were short time and made our evaluation that, yes, this property is going to be worth it. And with the attack meetings with the city, we didn't see an issue with this project at all. Yes, sir. Does that answer your question, sir?
So the letter wasn't signed, as Ms. Carter stated, but then is there reference or record of your meetings with Mr. Daniels or the city officials that actually approved or stated that this project was C1, this property was C1?
Yes, sir. I have an email from Mr. Sean Daniels sending me the verification letter. As well, the link was expired, so I had emailed him a few weeks after to resend that letter. So, yes, sir, I do have that on file, which I can send over to staff when it's convenient. And
thank you.
I believe Georgia states that a signature is not required on a zoning verification letter, which when we first received the zoning verification letter, we were not expecting a signature on the letter.
So you took it as when you received the email from Mr. Sean that, okay, it's C1 and we're moving ahead accordingly.
Yes, ma'am. That's good faith. Yes, ma'am.
Understood.
Mr.
Councilman Momtahan, then we'll go to Warmouth.
Mr.
Go.
Patel, so do you currently own the property or is it still on a contract?
Oh, we own the property,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Warmouth.
I have not seen this letter that Councilman Barr had mentioned, but I mean, I've read through my packet, and it does say that this rezoning request was denied May 9th, 2023. So I'm not understanding what letter that you may have gotten that would have said that you were approved for it, because any rezoning request has to come before council for approval. So I'm not understanding how staff had given you a letter of approval for that rezoning.
Yep. So when we first went to the office, of course, Mr. Sean Daniels was working at Planning and Zoning, which he had said, yes, this is the correct use. Would you like a zoning verification letter, which we received? And of course, we were going to do our own evaluation for that. We tried to search for the video, which we had not seen until this last week, where Mr. Myers had sent it over to me and our team. I could email you the zoning verification letter. I could show you on my phone the emails between me and Mr. Sean Daniels. That's not a problem at all.
When was that letter received?
February 25th, 2025.
So, Brecca, can you please explain how this was denied by council on May 9th, 2023, and then he received a letter in 2025? I know this is before your time, but how did this happen? I'm trying to understand how we got to this.
Well, any letter, in my experience, and I've been in this business for 20 years, in leadership for 15, and any letter that is issued from any authority, any department by a director or a staff person, especially regarding zoning, because it becomes a legal document once it is out of our hands, is signed by the author of that letter. If not, it can be subject to whether it is official or not. And without a signature, it is, and the fact that the property was never rezoned, it is an erroneous letter.
But wouldn't it have a timestamp of the email?
Hang on.
I'm not aware of an email. But that being the case, or notwithstanding, the property was never rezoned commercial.
So this property was always,
the property was never rezoned commercial, and the property owner would be the person who would know that best.
so when this property was purchased when? To the mic, sorry. Thank you,
Late
Brendan.
October, on top of my head. I could tell you
Of
that.
2025?
Yes, ma'am. So, yes, we did receive that zoning verification letter, and it was a setback for sure, but we're sort of past that with our conversation with the city before the purchase, before the zoning verification letter was presented. We were aware that the city didn't have an issue. We received positive feedback from them, and even when negative feedback is approached, we're always able to, respond with them. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Conte.
Okay. My goodness. Okay, when did you or your family or whomever decide to purchase that said property
Late October.
of 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
You received, you said, an email from Sean, when again in 2025?
February 25th.
And you said you have that email still with his former city email address sent to you pertaining to the variance approval.
Oh, yes, ma'am. That the property was rezoned in 2023.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding your mindset. So you or whomever utilized that email as confirmation that this is C1, let's move forward with purchasing this property for the use of what you're presenting now.
Yep, not just purchasing the property, but giving the green light to our engineers, architects to
Right,
start work.
I understand
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
So building the resources development to create what you have presented to staff and us now.
Yes, ma'am.
How much money did you have you ballpark estimate off of that?
Yeah.
Like you've had resources for that? You've had, okay, not necessarily give us the money, but I need a list of what have you guys done from the email and communication you state that you had with former city officials? Like I'm trying to understand what is going on.
Do you have something to add to that, or is it a separate question?
I mean,
Did I ask it wrong?
Separate. No, you're
you're
okay.
good.
He's just waiting.
I was
to
just
ask you.
waiting.
Because I'm like, what? I'm trying to understand
guess
from
if
that
I could-
communication how this
From-
transpired.
Yeah, from your question, I would just add, so like, when did they know that
Right.
it was not Zone C1?
Right.
Before or after they spent all that money? That's my thought.
Did you get what Councilman Monahan said?
So when did you find out that the property was not Zone C1?
Early October.
So was that before you purchased the property?
Yes, sir.
Was that before or after you spent money on engineers or architects, et
After.
cetera?
So
Okay.
you found out after?
Oh, we found out early October. As soon as we received that zoning verification letter, we had started the
Okay.
work with our engineers, architects. So we spent money with our architects and engineer from February all the way to present time.
Of
But you
2025.
Yes, ma'am.
ultimately though, you were aware that the property was not Zone C1 at the time you closed on the property. Is that true?
Verbal response, yes. We
Verbal
were verbally
response.
told that
Okay.
the property was.
Okay.
did
When
not
were you
work.
verbally told?
During our attack meeting with the city.
When was that?
Early October.
Which
And then
is
you closed in
before
late
you
October.
purchased.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. That's why, it is a setback, but we're not over the fact, but we are aware that it was not.
Okay, so all of this is finally making sense.
Yep.
Okay.
So you were aware before the property was purchased that this was not zoned for the use that you wanted it.
But for 7.5 months, we had spent money, time, meetings of people, especially the city.
Right, but this is before you closed on the property, you were aware of what the zoning was. So once you closed, you knew that this was gonna be the process
Before
that
you
you were gonna have
closed.
to go through.
Yes.
Before you closed.
Through verbal response. we
Is
were
that not
told.
what I said? I'm
You said-
sorry.
You said when you closed.
Before you closed,
Yes, ma'am. And,
you knew that this was the process that you were gonna have to go.
Yes, ma'am. Through verbal response, we were told that this is the property does not hold that C1. That it does not hold the C1. And Ms. Conte, to answer your question of the expense, I can discuss that privately with you if that's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Patel, this might be your only chance to discuss it with us. So you might, if you
Because
have
I'm
that
trying
information,
to-
you need to let us know.
Right.
Oh,
It's just a ballpark. You
yeah,
don't have
over
to-
over 30,000.
Okay.
Oh yeah, over 30, over 40.
So, I'm sorry, Councilman Barr.
Okay.
If for whatever reason council agrees with staff and denies the rezoning, what, do you guys have a plan B? Because it's a great structure, as I said earlier. It's what you guys designed and everything. It's, my concern is just the location. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am, and I understand your concern. On that road, I don't see a better location for this kind of concept. I think I see the double roundabout as a benefit. So our current easement is only 19.6 feet away from the closest point to the yield sign. And with our proposed, we're over that 150 mark. We're at 196 feet away from that yield sign to the mini roundabout, and over 400 feet away from the big roundabout. In our site plan, it did not show the de-acceleration lane concept that we provided to the city. Maybe it was just cut off or it didn't fit on the slideshow, but down below we do have a de-acceleration lane concept proposed for the city.
You do have that.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And it does fit in compliance with GDOT and the American Society.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. No, thank you.
I just would like to point out that we still have to open the floor to any other people that would like to speak in favor, and we have to open the floor to people that would like to speak against. So
I have not done a hearing like this before that went this way.
Yeah.
So it totally threw me
it's
off when the
fine. I
applicant
just
was
thought
part
maybe
of the.
I would remind everyone that there were still some options.
Usually
for
we hear from one, hear
other
from the
folks.
other, and then
Yeah.
we do the hearing, so it was a little different tonight. Are y'all good? Let's go ahead.
One
Can we-
final, so just, so this rezoning will allow you to continue on with your feasibility study to see if this is a viable project to pursue anyway.
Yes, sir.
So it's just basically, doesn't mean that the project is, it's just you're gonna go into the ground tomorrow. It's just basically you're trying to do a feasibility to spend, whether you spend more money, to see if this is viable or not.
Yes, sir. Totally correct. And Ms. Conte, to touch up on that question you asked, if this is denied, what we're doing with the property, we're in the convenience store market. We do have other businesses in Villarica and outside of Villarica, all over Carroll County. But if denied, we're going to take that as a sunk loss. Of course, it's going to hurt, and it is going to be a hiccup for my career as a developer, real estate. But I don't see anything else coming on that property as long as we own it, and unless if it is an outstanding offer, we don't plan on developing anything on that property. Yes, ma'am.
So basically, what I'm hearing is that you'll just sit on it.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yep, no, thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go with if there are anyone that would like to speak in favor of this rezoning, now is the time.
Good evening. I'm speaking in favor of it because I've been at each planning and zoning meeting that this applicant has been at and watched them, if there was any type of modifications that they was asked to do, they complied with it. The letter that they're speaking of, I also have the letter. It was in the city council's agenda about 2 months ago, so it was available to everybody. That's where I got it from, and that's why I have it in my phone. It was there. So, and it just seemed like a lot of pressure is being applied with these applicants. And I understand being in compliance with everything is important. I'm for being in compliance with everything. But it just seemed like a lot of pressure is just being put in a place that it's kind of unnecessary. We speak on one thing of saying we're going to be friendly to the people that want to come and do business and have businesses in Villa Rica, but then we want to hard hit some and just let some of the others just go freely. It's kind of unfair, and to have someone to spend so much money for an extended period of time from 7 to 8 months, and then make them aware that we can't do it. This is what it is now. What type of liability does it hold upon the city if you give me a letter, whether if it's signed or not signed, if it came from a city server and a city worker, I can only assume that it's valid. I don't have a reason to question it. So to spend so much money and like I just got to give it away now because they wanted to stand that it wasn't approved. So, I just think that the city should have some type of liability if these people are now denied. Give them the modifications that need to be made, and if they meet them, approve it, because like you said, the growth is already here. The traffic is already here. No matter where the location is, it's not going to change anything.
Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this rezoning?
I'm a business owner. I moved to this Douglas County. I knew the people that own the property for Douglas County, Carroll County in 1972. I've been here all my life. These guys are reputable. Anything you ask them to do, it's not going to be a problem. I've known them for quite a few years. I met Rocky, and it's kind of a touching story. The first time I knew who I was dealing with, I walked up to one of their stores. I didn't know him very well, and there's a painting on the door that was, it looked like a kindergartner done it. It was Christmas time, and it's kind of a touching story, but it looked like some kindergartner come up, painted a Christmas tree and stuff, and I'm like, Rocky, what is this? And he said, lady came up and said she needed money for her kids for Christmas. So what do? You see what I'm saying? So that's the kind of people you're going to have in that spot. Another thing to stress is that these types of properties they're bought on a contingency. Like you come in, you say we want to lock it down. We don't want you to sell it to anybody else. You do whatever's necessary to do that for the 6-month period. So that's what put the thing in motion. Even though they closed, it didn't matter. They had to close to keep the property. During that course of the time where you're spending $10,000, $20,000 for the architects and developers, the civil engineers, and all that stuff laying this thing out, you have a decision at the end of that 180 days, what you're going to do. And that's why they closed. The time came. They found out it's not C1. They closed after that. What are we going to do? We're going to take a chance. We're going to roll the dice. Might as well. You already put probably more than that, to tell you the truth. He's probably being conservative, but yeah, I think it'd be a good idea to go there. Theoretically, people could stop there, go to Dollar General and get on Harold Road and never even get in the roundabout or back on Dallas Highway. Or you go out at the stop sign, at Harold Road. You might put a light there later. I don't think it's going to really impact the amount of traffic. People going there to get just to the store. I think you're going to take some of the people off the road during the peak times. I might as well do it now, or just go down the Shell station anyway. But I'm encouraged by the questions you guys have been asking tonight, and I'd just like for you to consider, putting this in, and if you have stipulations or whatever, I'm sure they won't have any problem figuring it out. And, I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this rezoning?
My name is Joey Clark. I'm in favor of it because where Highway 61 comes in to the roundabout, it's like about 200 feet, something like that. And that roundabout has really helped out as far as flow of traffic. You can go up there now at 5 o'clock and you ain't got that line of traffic all the way back past Dollar General. So I think this would be a big help to it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of the rezoning? Okay, yes, ma'am.
Really quick. So I've been working on this project for a while with them. So I just wanted to go through it really quick. That area, again, is transitional. We have all the other areas that we're, gonna be an intercellular, interparcel areas. So it just kind of makes sense to me the way that we have it set up. We are complying in terms of putting the sidewalks in, not taking the people's taxpayer money out of it. We're doing that ourselves. It's pretty much where the sidewalk ends over there in Dollar General. It just stops. So it's almost like what's going to happen next. So we want to, again, we're adding to what the future land development was actually set out to be overall for that space. And we've gone above and beyond, I feel like, in terms of making sure that we're complying by everything that we've been asked to do so far. So I think that's about it for that. But thank you.
49 seconds. Anyone else in favor of approving this? Okay, we'll start the clock over. Anyone that opposes this rezoning? Going once? Going twice? Okay, we'll review. Yes, sir?
It's awful to get old.
2.5 hours, too.
It really is.
It's been long.
So I actually live in Mirror Lake, and if you go back at the back entrance, turn left, go out 61, you're there. You can't turn left. On parts of the town during the day, you can't turn left there. You have to turn right and go down there somewhere and turn around. We've got way too many cars and not enough pavement down through there. It's absolutely ridiculous. And if you put more businesses and stuff and more houses, you're gonna need more pavement. So I guess we need a 4-lane down 61. That's the only thing I can tell you, and more electricity and more sewage. Then we can start talking about putting more stuff on it. Because as it is, I don't know if we got helicopters or what we can get to fly down through there, because you can't drive. But that's my feelings on it.
Dallas Highway is a busy highway. It's 2-lane, I know.
And I'm retired. And I can go anytime through there, and it's hard for me to do it.
We have to call GDOT on that one.
Right.
Anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to this rezoning?
This is Dave Laddick. I live in Mirror Lake also. Hate to speak really in opposition, but it's actually location. Our pit across the way, they have already got it all cleared. All the trees are all down. The land has all been ready for some building of such. And I know our pit is going to go along with what they're planning on doing. They even talked about putting another road from Dallas to Punkintown, which would be a disaster. But they're going to build commercial buildings there also, and 140 townhouses. You talk about traffic and that mess in that area. I just think it's, I don't know, I guess who comes first?
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to this rezoning? All right, we'll close the public hearing and revert back to the council. Council, any other questions from staff? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion.
I just wanted to
Yes, Councilman Montahan.
I just wanted to clarify a couple of points. So, I mean, the R-Pit development is moving. I don't, and then we talked about that at the work session with our development, and as Mr. Hadlick just said, I mean, they are grading over there and it's supposed to have a commercial development. In my view, though, the distinction between the R-Pit development and this development is that R-Pit is actually going to create new infrastructure to help manage some of the growth that they are adding to the community. This development appears to putting an additional burden on there. The other issue I have with this development is that it's almost trying to do too much in too small of a parcel, and it's just in the wrong place. That's just where I'm at on it. I do have concerns about this zoning verification letter. I don't know how that affects their ability to move forward, but it seems pretty clear from the statements that were made that before they purchased the property, they were aware that it was not commercially zoned. So they spent some money doing some site selection or pre-engineering kind of things, but I didn't hear anything that said they put anything in the ground, that they performed any actual like physical work on the property prior to. So in my view, you know, and the applicant also said that they were going to just hold on to the property and maybe try it at a later time. And perhaps they just need to, you know, that area is changing, the area is growing. Perhaps they may want to consider looking at some of their neighboring parcels and doing an assemblage or something of that sort. But I just feel like there's too much on this small parcel for this location between two roundabouts where they're squeezed in. So unless I hear something different in our discussion, I'm just edged over a little bit on the denial side. That's where I'm at right now.
Any other questions for staff? Or
Ms. Goddard.
discussion?
Thank you. I have a question for you. So when the bypass was considered and approved and developed, was it in the comprehensive plan?
Not specifically to this particular area. No, it was not.
So basically, you know, what I'm hearing or feeling is that, you know, what we approved in the past, you know, that's putting the pressure on that particular area, we're going to basically hold them accountable for something that's just happening anyway. And that's just my opinion. I'm speaking out loud, but I don't think that's, you know, how we should look at this, you know. And I think all of us up here are small business owners, and when you make an investment into a particular concept or vision, you do just that. And you do that with the mindset that, you know, you will be able to see this to fruition. Now, there might be hiccups, and there may be some things along the way that will prevent you from, you know, carrying that vision out. But what I'm also seeing within this request is a list of 9 conditions that will allow approval for this project if those conditions are met. And then what I'm hearing is that they're willing to make those investment or whatever it takes to meet those 9 conditions to just see if this is a viable project that they want to consider anyway. So if it's just a rezoning request, then I don't see a harm in allowing them to basically, as a business owner, make that investment if they're willing to take the risk. I mean, you know, whether we would take the risk as business owners or not, that's up to each individual. But, you know, me as a businessman, you know, I didn't get to where I am, you know, without taking risks. And as a business, and if you want to grow, if you want to, you know, even build a city, as we say, with smart growth, you're going to have to take risks. And what I am willing to do, I'm a working councilman, so I'm willing to basically, to your point earlier, roll up my sleeve, sit down with planning and zoning and community development and say, okay, if these are businesses that are coming and these are business owners who are willing to make this investment, how can we give them a strategic solution to yes and not no? Because basically, all we're doing is basically finding reasons to say no when I see a lot of reasons to say yes if we just look a little deeper and think outside the box. Thank you.
Councilman Conte?
Hello. Oh my goodness. I agree with Councilman Barr on this particular project for a whole host of reasons. It's a great project, as I stated earlier, and I'm definitely pro-growth, smart growth. and I don't think they should be penalized for whatever miscommunication that happened in the past that had whatever. It appears to me that they're truly, as Councilman Barr said, willing to do anything to make it work. And I know usually when staff says denial, recommend denial, it usually don't come with it. Well, if you approve it, these are the things we would recommend that, you know, you approve it with, which I respect totally, which I read all 9. And I'm leaning more to, yeah, we could approve it with the 9 recommendations that staff have, especially because planning and zoning was tied on it too. So I don't think it's a bad project. I do have, like I said, I do have my concerns about the traffic, but when you guys have put down 9 recommendations, and one of that is pertaining to the traffic situation, I'm confident in what your recommendations are. Should we approve it with those? Now, if you would have had no recommendations, I'm being honest, I probably would have paused. Like, okay, well, we can't do it because it's not looking good. But, I mean, it made it apparent to me as a councilwoman that staff did their due diligence to where, you know, you looked at both sides of it and stated, okay, well, it is possibly plausible if A, B, C, D, whatever is done. They seem more than willing to do that. And then on the fact that the planning and zoning was tied on it too, so they have mixed feelings, it sounds like, as we do as council. I think it's a great project, and I think with the accommodations and recommendations that staff has provided with the guidance and boundaries and barriers, as you stated, it's doable. So I appreciate you guys definitely looking at both sides of it, because no situation is perfect, I get it. But I appreciate what you put down for the denial, as well as, well, if you do council approve it, this is what we highly recommend you do, or, you know, put into the motion. And I consider that holistically, and I want to thank you personally for that and your team for your due diligence on that. But I'm in support of it with those recommendations that you guys put down.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Warmoth?
I think this is another one of those situations of not no, just not right now. There are major traffic issues in that area right now, as we all know and as we heard from some of those in the public hearing. That area is changing. It is growing. The traffic will be changing as far as an additional road through our pit. So the traffic could potentially not be as big of an issue right there once that project is complete. And I would agree with Councilman Montahan as far as potentially purchasing additional properties that that are next to this parcel. And because it's a lot to cram into one space, and that for me is where my concern is, and I guess we'll see how this goes.
Councilman Montahan?
I have a question for legal. Is there any concern about from the legal department, or from the legal aspect, is there any concern about the situation with the zoning verification letter?
I think there's always a concern when you have sort of conflicting information. So, you know, it would just require careful review, but there is some concern, certainly.
Okay.
Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Ms. Carter, this is maybe a question for the applicant. Are you all willing to, or have you had conversations about the additional properties around, making an additional investment, maybe looking at what this project can be, you know, considerable down the line? Because, I mean, I do agree with, you know, the traffic, but the traffic is already there. And I don't believe, you know, I have not seen a convenience store that's just so popular that everybody's got to go there, and it's going to create so much traffic. Traffic is already there, and they're just going to roll over in there, get some gas, and keep going, you know, going about their way. So what are your thoughts on additional investments? I want to hear that.
100% we're open to additional investment. As stated before, we are outside of the convenience store business as well. We have businesses in Villa Rica, in Carroll County, all over Georgia. And if it were up to me, if there were a for sale sign, it would be under contract with a contingency of, if this is approved, we're more than likely putting a retail space right beside us. So for sure, we are definitely interested in making an investment. And as well with the interparcel access, we do show it a connection with the neighboring property. So when the time comes, we don't have to come back maybe to city council and be like, hey guys, we have the convenience store, we're under contract for this property right beside us. Can we please get an interparcel access? And we also have an interparcel access with the property behind us. Q Public shows it with the C5 zoning. I believe staff said it's agriculture, but I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm going to say it's C5. And we do have a interparcel access with them as well. They are for sale, and they have contacted us to inquire that corner piece right beside 996, which again is contingent on this development. But 100% to answer your question, we are interested in future development.
Have you all had those conversations actively?
Actively, from the time February to October, we have had conversation, but we would have to touch base with that neighboring property again. Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, I understand. I mean, you're not going to have those conversations until you know you can do something,
Yes,
you
sir.
know, with it. So, which is what I was saying earlier. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Yeah, but as to the rezoning, what worries me is that we would rezone with no real knowledge as to what's going to go there. And I think that the rezoning is kind of why we're in some of the
May I ask,
situation that we're in.
And can I follow up with that? And that is why I was saying, you know, we as, you know, city and council and mayor, we look at working with planning and zoning to say, okay, this particular area, and we start putting some type of comprehensive, our own internal comprehensive plan, you know, just to see what can this area become, and this is what we like. And then from that point, when developers come in to staff, they already know what the vision is, and they know what to look for to help that growth move in that direction.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Montahan.
I think my concern is, to Councilwoman Warmar's point, is that we don't have that in place currently. Well, we do have a comprehensive plan in place. However, if we approve this C1 and then he goes into the project and it's not viable, he now has a C1 zone property and he can do anything within the C1 category there. He's not even limited to doing what he's proposing today. And so, I mean, that's my concern, is that we have a project that looks way too intense, that doesn't, it looks like it's, I hate to say it this way, maybe pie in the sky a little bit, in that it's really aggressive, it's really ambitious. And then if we get it zoned today, make it C1, and then they can do anything in the C1 category there, because now we've essentially blessed the C1 zoning more broadly on that property.
But aren't we only approving it with the conditions?
But the conditions don't say that it has to be a service station or a gas station or however you want to say it.
Can we add that into the conditions?
I mean, I guess we could, if that's what you guys want to
They
do.
seem
I
more
just
than
don't.
willing to,
Yeah.
you know, compromise on this.
I would.
And to your point,
I would just ask Ms. Carter to propose that condition, because they are also asking for an independent retail, and then he just showed renderings that was more in line with office and institutional. So, you know, again, it's been everywhere. So,
I think that's just showing us the concept of what it can be in different, you know, areas. But yeah, I think that, you know, and to your point, Councilman Mama Hay, I have a question to Ms. Carter. To his point, if it's C1 and now they have the C1, what other businesses or type of businesses can go there if they should do something, you know, such a thing?
So the uses that are allowed under C1 are restaurants, retail. You can do car sales. You can do personal self-storage. I mean, these are all types of uses that cover the C1 district. So yes, it would be motor sales, repair, all types of
And
uses.
so in this way, we have control over
All
right
of the
now, what would it be?
intensive low, medium, high are kind of crammed.
Right.
Yes.
So with these conditions, this will give us control of what it's going to be right now, though.
Well, having that additional condition to limit it to a particular use or set of uses, or bind it to the site plan, I think that may be a condition, that we bind it to the site plan that was proposed. So that is an option.
That's what I like to hear. Strategic solutions.
Councilman Marchman?
I just had a question for the young man. Did I understand you to say that if this was approved, that you had interests in other adjoining properties?
Yes, ma'am, definitely. And after we get our stamp from the city, state, after our work with LDP, we will be contacting neighboring properties, from my understanding as of right now. Yes, ma'am. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Conte?
Yes, ma'am.
So back really quick to what Councilman Barr and Ms. Carter was discussing. If there are additional, what do you call them, Ms. Carter? Boundaries, recommendations, that contingents? Conditions, thank you. Conditions.
Yes, if there are additional conditions, they would be added to the list.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my question for you as the applicant, are you willing to entertain and comply to the additional conditions that may be needed to get this approved?
The condition as in, if approved, you can only build a convenience store in that retail space. What's based on that site plan, is that correct?
Is that the condition that we're referencing?
It would be limited to the uses, so they would have the gas station, the convenience store, the strip center, the retail, and it would have to meet the requirements per the submitted site plan.
Okay, well, so what Ms. Carter just said.
As long as I heard that correctly, yes, ma'am. We are in the convenience store business, so yep, there's no problem with that condition. Yep.
Thank you.
The condition directly states based on what they have submitted. It would be an approval based on the site plan that they've submitted per the submittal for the rezoning.
With those 9 recommendations?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Thank you.
Just going to mention, even though I don't have a vote unless it's a tie, I never really had an issue with the business there. My concern going back to 23 all had to do with traffic. Would there be a way to move in and out and get out? It appears with the decel lane and the parcel access to Harrell, that's why I asked staff, because I'm not an, traffic engineer. That was my concern. Close the roundabout, can the traffic get in and out without it causing, backups and issues there? That was my only concern. Anything else from staff? 'Cause it's almost 9 o'clock, and I'm ready for somebody to make a motion. Well, somebody can make a motion to approve, somebody can
I make
make
the
a
motion.
to deny, and they have to get a
Go ahead.
second. If it doesn't get a second, it will die.
I make the motion to approve the request to rezone the property located at 974 Dallas Highway, parcel number V0401300002, from AG Single Family Agriculture to C1 Commercial Low Density, subject to the 9 conditions recommended by staff.
Does anything have to be added to that about
Yes.
the usage?
Did I miss something?
No, well, just slightly. You got it all right. We just got to add in a condition.
Okay.
Right.
So it needs a second. I'll second it.
No, before that, we got to
don't
add it
second
as
it yet.
condition.
Either
We gotta
that or
amend our
the
second
attorney
too.
does it. That other
What's the
condition.
additional condition?
So the additional condition would be to limit it to the uses that are outlined in the submitted site plan.
And to limit it to the usage of what's submitted in the
Site plan that's submitted with this application.
site plan that is submitted with this
Or
application.
you just say whatever she said.
Whatever Ms. Carter said.
That's the other condition.
Has the other condition. Thank you.
We have a motion.
Oh, second, I'm sorry.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I have a question there. So, Ms. Carter, weren't there multiple site plans in this, submitted in this application? So should
It would
we
be this the most
specify
recent? Yes. It's
maybe by
what's-
the date?
We can.
I'm just
I don't
saying.
have the date that I believe it was submitted on the day of the last the work session. I think it was submitted after the work session
Okay.
last week.
Your, it looks like under staff update since tabling, it says revised site plan with an additional revision submitted on Thursday, March 12th.
Yes, March 12th. So, and there may be a date on the document, but we can, for the document that was submitted on March the 12th, 2026, that would be what they
Should
will
be
be
in the lower
subject to.
right-hand corner. Nope. Nope. Okay. All right, so there's no
There's no date.
surveyor certificate or seal on that?
No, it's a concept plan.
Yeah, okay.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Opposed?
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you.
I'm sorry that we do not order in pizza. It would have been a night to do that, and popcorn or whatever. We are going to now move on to item 3, special exception request pursuant to section 4.05 of the zoning ordinance to allow a place of worship within the agricultural residential AG zoning district. Y'all were praying for this meeting to end, weren't you?
No worries. No worries. Okay. The request before you all is for a special exception for a place of worship. Special exceptions require a public hearing for any type of event center, lodge, any place of worship, or any type of nonprofit type of organization that would have a lot of, members or what have you. The property is located off of Villa Rica Highway. It's about 22 acres. And some of the background, it is zoned agricultural. We are going through the process for a special exception, which requires council decision-making and approval. The West Hills Church is currently located on Liberty Road, and they're looking to expand into a larger property. They're phasing it by a multi-building church campus layout, where their worship building is proposed at 16,000 square feet. The student and office building would be 5,000 square feet in both in phase 1, and then in the future phase, if needed, they would expand to a 20,000 square foot building. This is just west of the Goodwill. Primary access again is on Carrollton Villa Rica Highway, and secondary access is through the Goodwill site. They will be utilizing on-site septic system as sewer is not available. And here you see the zoning of the property is AG, and properties are pretty similar in the area. And this is a layout of the site plan and what is being proposed. Of course, they would have to meet all code requirements when they come in for the submittal of the plans. And of course, we have to ensure that the project is compatible with the area, that it has limited or adverse anticipated impacts, and that it can meet the requirements of the code. And based on our review, we found that it could. So we've recommended approval with conditions that address access and fire, building, life safety, design measures.
Questions from council?
Ms. Carter?
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if it doesn't, the underlying zoning when it comes to place of worship doesn't matter. They always require a special exception. Is
That's
that correct?
correct. Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Along with those other things. event spaces?
Yes, event spaces, lodges, clubs, those types of things, nonprofits, clubs. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? This will require a public hearing. I believe the applicants are here.
And Mayor, while they come up, I just wanted to remind everyone that is approaching for public hearing to state their name before they speak. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Don Allensworth. I'm with the New Ground Group. We are a church consulting firm, work specifically with churches and nonprofits. Here on behalf of West Hills Church, Senior Pastor and Church Planner Tyler Brown is in the audience, but he's a pastor and it's after 9 o'clock and there's 10 things behind us, so we're not going to let him come to the microphone. The church is very much a part of the community, has been here for 20 years, very involved with the community, and our goal is simply to do our best to enhance the lives of the members of the community. So we've worked with the team. I can say John and Nick and Sean have been great to work with. We've worked through some solutions based on septic challenges and sewer challenges and those things. And so we're here tonight just to say we would love for this exception to have merit and for it to be approved so that we can move forward. And I'll yield the rest of my time if there's any rebuttal. Questions for me?
Councilman Barr?
I have just a comment to the pastor. You know, I mean, we just celebrated Easter, and obviously you're fulfilling the mission of Christ. And the fact that you're expanding and building a new church, and I mean, not a new church, but growing your church, that's awesome. And I applaud you for that. Continue doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
I'll just say, assuming that this gets approved this evening, welcome to City Council Ward 2. That's my neck of the woods, so thank you.
I believe Kona Ice will be right down in that area. Same sewer issues.
I have friends that are members in that church facility, so I'm just excited that they're wanting to expand because we need more churches. Like we got alcohol, we need more churches.
That's right. That's right.
Great group of people for sure.
Except our meetings are so long, it almost drives people to drink. But I'm sorry, it's getting late. We start losing it. Well, any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so we've heard from staff. We've heard from, is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this special exception request? Is there anyone that wishes to speak against this special exception request? It's going to go quicker. I'll entertain a motion unless you have discussion up here yourself or other questions for staff.
I'm ready to make a motion if you are. I make a motion to approve the special exception request to allow a place of worship at the property located at 0 Carrollton Villa Rica Highway, parcel number V0701400153, subject to the 8 conditions recommended by staff.
Second. We have a motion and a double second. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is
Thank you.
unanimous.
Y'all can go home. Item 4, stream buffer variance request for Village Walk Townhomes.
Okay.
Used to be in Ward 3, now it's Ward, is it 2 or 5?
It's 5.
It says on here.
It's in 5.
It's in 5 now.
Yeah, it's right on the border between Dominique and myself.
5 comes down in a weird way.
I think Westview is actually the border, Westview Street.
Okay. So yes, the next item is the stream buffer variance request for Village Walk Townhomes. They are requesting a variance for the stream buffer impervious surface. When this project came before the council, came before for review and approval for their plans, It was at a time where the city did not require an additional 50 feet for impervious surface buffer. The state requires 25 feet, so you can have no impervious surface within those zones, and then the city imposed an additional 50 feet across the board for all projects that are in the floodplain. And there are about 8 lots that are affected by this, so it probably spans about, the encroachment is about 915 feet, square feet, and that covers maybe 2 lots primarily. If we go to the next that slide there, if you can see, there are the lots are to the northeast, and there are about 2 or 3 lots that are specifically affected by this additional 50-foot buffer that was imposed by the city, and the applicants are able to ensure that the space stays pervious, which means it will be grassed. They would still have to maintain pervious surface there in accordance with environmental protection. And staff has recommended approval with conditions.
So just to give a little context, this was built years ago. A number of the townhomes are already built. They've been there for years. This section was not finished. And at that time, when everything else was built, we only had the state requirement of 25 feet. Now, they're wanting to finish out the rest of the development, and that's why they need this, I was about to say variance. Yep. Variance for the remainder lots. Questions for staff? Do we have an applicant here? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Aaron McCullough with HRC Engineers, Land Surveyors, and Landscape Architects in Douglasville, 30134. I am representing our client, Southern Ridge Homes and Development. We are the engineers for this project. Our client acquired these lots in late 2024. They did acquire a sewer capacity affirmative letter. We proceeded to survey the property, to begin the engineering on the property. We had a TAC meeting early August. We were aware of the 25-foot stream buffer that was platted and legally recorded back in 2005 on these lots. So these were legal bona fide lots. We went through the TAC meeting. We were unaware at that time, and I believe staff was as well, of the additional stream buffer. We submitted land development plans to clear and grade these lots. And during that review, this item came up. We pleaded a case for a grandfather clause to the 25-foot stream buffer, and that ultimately was that plead was denied, and so that is why we are here to ask for the variance to the 75-foot stream buffer, the impervious setback to that. So to be quite clear, there's 3 layers of stream buffers, as Ms. Carter had mentioned. One is a 25-foot undisturbed stream buffer instigated by the state. An additional 25 feet that the city of Villa Rica institutes as well. That is also an undisturbed, no clearing, no grading. We are not proposing any clearing or any grading in that additional 25 feet. And then there's a final additional 25 feet, which makes the 75, the 25, 50, and 75 feet. The 75-foot buffer is an impervious only. You can clear, you can grade, you can have yards and all those kind of things within that area. So as a portion of that, we are asking that a portion of some of these townhome roofs are in that impervious area setback only. We believe to be a minor impact, and some of these back rear concrete porches as well. So I'll be glad to entertain any questions. I hope that I comprehensively covered that for you all.
Thank you, sir. Questions? Any questions? Mr. Montan?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor? I'm opening the public hearing in favor of this variance. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to this variance? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Sonia Tompier, 224 South Campbell. I'm right directly
Ms.
in front.
Topier,
Can you hear me?
move that
Okay.
down just a little.
Sonia
There you go.
Tompier, 224 South Campbell Street. I'm right in front of, where's the guy go? You? His area. So where will parking be? Because there's no parking there at all. So if you going to come in front of my house, you're going to block me in because there's no parking spaces. So have you allotted for that?
Well, address your
Okay.
test. He can get up and he
allotted
can
for
answer.
parking?
Okay, so that's your concern. Yes,
my
ma'am.
concern.
Thank you. Is there any, hold on, and then you can come up and answer that. Anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to this variance? And then you have time reserved, and you can come up and answer any of the questions or any rebuttal. And in just a moment, we have one more, one more person walking up.
Jackie Childress. My family has been in the city of Villa Rica since 1786. My concern with the buffers is that what happens to the stream before it and the stream after it? How much are we going to destroy another stream that's within our city? A lot of these streams flow into rivers, lakes that all of us love to go out to during the summertime and enjoy with our families. And I'm very concerned about the habitat around these areas if we continue to bypass by letting these buffers be lessened. I understand that they need the space to build more homes and everything for people, but how many more homes do we need in Villa Rica? I mean, seriously, we have to stop at some point, I feel like, and say enough is enough. And not to single them out because they're as important as any other developer, but we have to start setting a precedent somewhere. So I'd like to see us start by stopping the encroachment upon these streams and buffers that we have and keep it to where it should be. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to this variance? Okay, we'll revert back to the time you have remaining, along with anyone else that might want to. And I'm so sorry. What is your last name again?
McCullough.
McCullough.
Yes, absolutely.
Aaron McCullough.
Yes, ma'am.
I remember
That's
from
correct.
before. Thank you, Mr. McCullough.
So the question, I believe, was concerning parking. So to be clear on these townhomes, they front on Village Walk Lane. This development is sandwiched between Westview and Candler. So all of these townhomes will front on the existing neighborhood street, Village Walk Lane. They will have residential driveways that can accommodate at least 2 vehicles off of the right-of-way. In addition to that, they do also have parking garages attached to the townhomes as well. So we are in compliance with the city's requirement for off-street parking for residential homes. And as to the other, we've made accommodations as much as reasonably and feasibly and marketably possible with the reduction of the townhome sizes and with our grading and clearing to minimize the impacts to any of the variance requests that we have here tonight. So, be glad to entertain other questions from the council.
Any other questions from council? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
McCullough. Anything else for staff? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Yes, Councilman Warmoth.
Do we know how much, and maybe this is a question I should have asked earlier, do we know how much of the 75-foot stream buffer that they're wanting to encroach on?
They're encroaching approximately about 915 square feet.
Okay.
Fairly small area, but it pretty much affects primarily 2 of the 8 lots. All of the lots to some degree, but there are 2 lots that they affect a little bit more than the others.
Okay, and then we've got conditions in place. There were what, 8?
4?
4. There they are.
Yes,
I'm thinking
ma'am.
of the other ones, sorry.
Right, no, you're good. Yes, it will address that the stream buffer encroachment, if approved, if you all decide to approve it, is that it can't encroach any further than that is approved today. So when they submit plans, they will only be allowed to encroach up to what they're asking for today.
Okay,
if
that's
approved.
what I wanted to
Yes,
clarify, is that was how much they were wanting, and that that was in there too. Thank you.
Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Carter, so when you were reviewing this project, did you take in consideration to balance their development needs to environmental protection, or do you see or project any long-term risk?
No, they're still going to be required to install all buffers as required. It will just be for that, because they're going to be impervious surface, the roofs and some of the patios. They still will have to meet all of the other requirements to the full extent of the code as any other project would.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it looks like stipulation 2.
Councilman Montahan.
I'm sorry, I apologize,
It's
Mayor.
late.
And it looks like stipulation 2, you have they're still required to put some vegetation there to offset surface water runoff, so.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I guess, has the applicant agreed with these stipulations? Okay, I'm getting a nod.
We're getting
from
an
Mr.
affirmative.
McCullough. Okay.
I'll speak into the mic. Yes, in the affirmative, we agree to these conditions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Anything else for staff? I'll entertain a motion.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the stream buffer variance request for lots 21 through 28 within the Village Walk Townhome subdivision, subject to the 4 conditions recommended by staff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Item 5, an ordinance by the mayor and city council for the city of Villa Rica, Georgia, to adopt and amend Appendix A, development regulations. This has to do with general design regulations. This does require a public hearing related to sidewalks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Nick Griffin, Deputy Director of Building Development. Somebody has dropped some money back there, so it was $10. Joel has it, so whoever
The interim
claims it,
city
it's up for
manager
grabs.
said it's hers, even though she's been sitting up here the whole time.
It's mine. Okay, I'll keep this pretty brief. Presented this at the work session. This is a development regulation amendment and request to amendment to our sidewalks. It's cleaning up the language a little bit in our development regulations regarding sidewalks and sidewalk contributions. City staff, upon receipt of submittal for a parcel to be developed where there's no adjacent sidewalk connectivity and it makes absolutely no sense to build sidewalks on your frontage, we have established a sidewalk bank. And so we are adding a little bit of language to that regulation that allows for a contribution in lieu of the sidewalk installation. We're wanting to put a monetary value of $60 per linear foot for this sidewalk contribution. And this would cover, any kind of contingencies that you run into during construction, labor costs, maintenance costs over 2 years, et cetera. So staff is requesting that the mayor and council approve this amendment to the sidewalks.
I'm going to raise my hand and recognize myself. Sidewalks.
We want them.
We've built very few in these last years. Now, I know it made sense that we didn't have them pay in, or had them pay in rather than do sidewalks at the business that's way out 78 Serve Pro. Out there, pay into it. There may come a time that people that live in Ashley Place and those others may actually be able to get on a sidewalk and come into town on a bike or whatever. What I don't understand is when we say, and maybe you can clarify this, there's times that it makes no sense is subject to interpretation.
Sure.
If there's no connectivity, but it's within our downtown area, or let's say Dallas Highway,
Right.
there may be no connection now, but there'll never be any connection if we don't put in the first one.
No,
So
I agree with
make
you.
me
Yes,
feel
ma'am.
better about that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And we actually have at our transportation committee meeting, we discussed sidewalks and installing them in the downtown area along Church Street, North Avenue, and kind of making a good network of connectivity for our sidewalks. So we do intend to use that fund for the downtown area and there's a pretty large list. Mark Teal or staff can share that with you guys if y'all are interested. But we are excited to see a lot more sidewalks being built downtown, and this contribution.
You answered
fund,
my other question. You're using the fund for that.
we are
so,
using the
yeah.
fund for sidewalk installation, and I apologize. I didn't mean to be vague. That is actually part of the amendment, is allowing the city manager and his or her designee to make that decision on whether it makes sense or not to put
Yeah,
sidewalks.
that's okay. No apology
You know,
needed.
I mean,
I
it's
just
in
wanted
rural
to
areas
clip.
in an industrial park.
Yeah.
You
Those are
listed
the
off
real
some
obvious
examples. Yes,
ones.
ma'am. Where
Yes.
you really don't want people walking because it's a dangerous, area.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Questions for Mr. Griffin? Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to make a comment, Mr. Griffin. Thank you for considering this, because this is the example of what I was talking about all night. You're proactive. You're thinking forward. So now the next step is, mayor, council, city leadership. What we start to do at this point is make the investment to use those sidewalks and make those sidewalks. They're already pedestrian friendly, but then make it a best use of city's taxpayers' funds, and I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This does require a public hearing. So at this time, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of adopting this developmental regulations related to sidewalks? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to us building more sidewalks? I'm sorry, I couldn't. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition? Okay, we'll close the public hearing, revert back to the council. Any other questions for staff? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve, since nobody else was moving over there. I make a motion to approve the requested ordinance to amend Appendix A. I'm just lighthearted joke at 9:30 at night. I make a motion to approve the requested ordinance to amend Appendix A, Development Regulations 300, General Design Regulations 302, Street Design Criteria, Section 304.10, Sidewalks, and to replace and repeal Ordinance 0, is that a 0 or an O? O-6-2021, and all conflicting ordinances.
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed?
Thank you.
That is unanimous.
All right, legal. Attorney Smith.
Good evening. So item 1 under me has been tabled to the May meeting. So we are moving forward to item number 2, the mouthful that is resolution to affirm the resolution to amend the city charter of the city of Villa Rica pertaining to the appointment and removal of the city manager subject to pending legislative action. We went through a relatively substantial discussion at the work session. However, I thought it would best serve the mayor, council, and public if we were able to discuss this again at tonight's meeting. This is effectively a public agreement and a written statement that you all are electing to act as though the charter amendment that we unanimously passed was put in place. We will still be governed by the charter as written. This is just, again, a public statement and affirmation that you will act in accordance with the charter as, as we attempted to amend. So I will defer to you all for further discussion.
Council? Discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Barr.
thank you. I'll just say reiterated what I stated on during the work session, and I first of all appreciate all of the work and hard work that actually went into the resolution, but I don't think it's necessary, and I believe that at this point, I understand where we stand, as far as the current, charter. And I also trust that the state delegation will get it done in January. And so for me, I'm just ready to move forward with all of the business at hand with the city and not be distracted by a public statement of the resolution to show that we're all in agreement, So I think that, I do that by expressing, my voice, my vote, and I'm in agreement with all of my council members as well as my mayor. And I really believe that we will get, we will make the right decisions and move forward. So for me, I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Excuse me, I did watch the work session, listen to the discussion. I know that we have the resolution that we sent in. I really am, doesn't matter to me one way or another. If we want to restate that this is what we want to do, I'm okay with that. Or us just affirming that we're headed in that direction. That's what we wanted. There was a mess up. The legislation didn't get done. But I'm eager to see us move forward with getting a permanent city manager. I think that's a big concern, is not interim, but permanent. And I'm agreeable to carrying on with what we unanimously agreed on with the compromise language, the way everybody participates in the interview process and with the candidates and otherwise, and using a consultant.
So Nicole, this is, I'm sorry, Mayor. So Nicole, I mean, this is not binding, right?
It is not legally binding, but it is politically effective.
And it's a kind of a showing a good faith and goodwill to continue the way we agreed back in March. Is that fair?
Correct.
Is there any possibility that when and if we hire a permanent city manager that we can put language that is similar to or had the same effect in that person's contract as the resolution that we passed back in March? And would that be, how would that affect or the binding nature of that language?
So I will say that as soon as the new language is put in place by the legislation, that is what you guys will operate under. So if you hire someone, they will be terminated under that new language, not necessarily the language as it's in place now. We can't contract around our charter, but if you will recall, there were certain provisions in the prior permanent city manager contract that created, I will call them handcuffs on the city to act in a certain way. We can try and do something similar with some careful contracting, but again, we cannot go around what we're legally obligated to do.
Okay, so I just have a question about the statement you just made, because you said that when and if the legislature does pass the resolution, or as we, or amends the charter per the terms of the resolution that we passed last month, that language will control the termination provision of any city manager we hire, permanent city manager we hire. But that is the opposite advice that we received back in 2023.
I know, and I am aware of that, but
Okay.
that is what our research has led us to believe currently is
Okay.
that, once the charter changes, that's what you will operate under. If you think about it in terms of, like, logistically, how would you remember
Sure.
that you hired so-and-so under the old charter and they have
Sure.
to operate under the old charter, but all the new hires operate under the new charter. Like, logistically, it doesn't really make a ton of sense to operate in that way. So,
I can see that. However, I can think of examples where it does operate that way. Not in this context, but like in zoning. Sometimes people have argued that the zoning ordinance that few years back is actually what controls, and then, you're
because that's what they were grandfathered in under.
Right.
But
And
I don't
then-
know that in an employment context that you get grandfathered in under
Okay.
an old municipal charter.
Okay, that's fair. The other example was like my collegiate handbook. I only am bound to the requirements of the one my freshman year, not the one they modified 2-3 semesters
Right.
later. That was the other example I could think
I
of.
know about that. That's true. University of Alabama. Councilman Conte, then I'll go to Warmoth after that.
Attorney Smith, my greatest concern is trying to bring anybody as a city manager in here permanently with still not having the definitive clarification and legalities that need to be had to hire someone for them to feel comfortable, confident in this city, whether they're relocating here with their family or by themselves, with basically a promissory notification to them that come January 2027, fingers crossed, toes crossed, legislation, the governor will get to his desk and he will sign it. That's not a favorable position to be in as a city trying to hire a permanent city manager to do their job without fear or trepidations about whether or not he or she will be terminated under one set of charter laws. The 2024 charter is the law. And I don't see how we could do any type of contracting to wiggle around that when we're trying to hire somebody permanently and playing with their livelihood. I am not confident at all bringing somebody into that predicament at this moment. I'll be more comfortable with keeping our interim city manager until this charter gets done correctly and it's approved legally by the governor in 2027. It just sounds like we're just tap dancing right now, trying to do something. And at the end of the day, the 2024 charter is the law. Am I incorrect on that?
No, that is correct. And I don't know that you can contract around that. I think that was the gist of my conversation with Councilman Momtahan. However, I will point out that the 2024 charter does provide you the opportunity to veto or override any mayoral appointment or removal. So should you elect to not move forward with this, go with the status quo, someone decides they don't want to act in accordance with the resolution on the resolution or, what we all agreed to, you do have 4 council members can override a mayoral appointment or termination. So you do have some amount of input. And I think that I stated in the work session, you guys do generally come to a consensus on most things and you work together really well. So if there is a strong feeling one way or another against something that is being done, I think the power still lies with you to do something about it until 2027.
Right, and I get that. I guess I'm just looking at the potential individual, the citizen, and putting them in this situation. which is unfair. When I think it's just better, more cohesive, and fair to any potential permanent city manager in the future to come in and for us to look at them once this charter has been dealt with and signed, and just hold on to the interim city manager that we have, who's doing a fabulous job. Next year's a political year. This year's a political year. Campaign season, it's election time. Things get forgotten for whatever reason, or revamped, or reworded, or remembered. I'm not comfortable bringing a citizen into the smorgasbord of foolishness and playing with their livelihood.
And I do believe that that is the point of the resolution on the resolution. I know it's silly the way that it's phrased, but I didn't have a better way to phrase it. But the point is to provide some amount of assurance. You have a written statement. It has, again, no legal weight, but it carries a relatively substantial political weight. This is everyone's promise to the public to behave in a certain way. And I think that that's important, that when it's out here in the open, in an open meeting, signed, there's a piece of paper you can put in front of someone to remind them of their promise. I think that has value. And if you disagree, that is fine, but this does not go through without everyone's signature on it, because then it's, once again, pointless. So it's really up to you to determine what weight you're willing to grant that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Montahan?
Sorry,
I'm
it was
sorry.
Councilwoman Warmoth.
Come back.
I'm
Councilman
sorry.
Warmoth. I forgot who was next.
Okay, so let me go back just a little bit, because if we're doing a resolution to the resolution, you had mentioned that we would still have the power to veto, but the resolution to the resolution is a majority 3-2 vote, not a supermajority.
Okay. You've got two conflicting concepts here. If we're operating under the resolution on the resolution, then you're right. Okay? But if we're all going to operate under the charter, like we're agreeing to operate under the resolution, but what legally controls, if everything hits the fan and it all goes south, as so many are predicting, then it's still within your power to override. Does that make sense?
It does. In all fairness, I don't want to say that we're predicting that things are going to go bad. There's just been a lot of conflict in the past. And so I would like to make sure that we have what we need in place so that it can limit some of that conflict.
Right, and I think that your fears are reasonable, and I did misspeak in what I said. I should say theorized rather than predicting.
Yeah, because I'm sitting here thinking of all the what ifs, because all of those what ifs have happened at one point or another. So it's not really this could potentially happen, but it has happened, which is why the resolution came to be to begin with. So yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what it is that we're approving here, because the resolution of the resolution, we're just agreeing to operate that way.
Correct.
But if everything went sideways, then we would operate under the current charter. Okay.
Yes, correct. And I mean,
but I do think that there's value. I do believe that there's value to having it in writing and us all signing it, saying we are agreeing to this, and come 2027, state legislators have already said that this will be implemented. So I think that there is value to having this in writing and us to all agree on it.
Councilman Montahan.
I think, so from my perspective, I mean, from January, we as a council have been urging a change to happen because of the urgent nature of this matter of not having a permanent city manager in place. Jennifer and John have been doing a great job, but I think they didn't sign up for this. It's at some level, but they're doing admirable, great job. So I think it's for us to now say, well, let's just disregard. And we came to an agreement in March, and part of that was, again, the urgent nature or the dire situation that we had, maybe dire is too strong of a word, but that we had expressed to the public and to really the whole city. So I think now to say, okay, well, fine, some mishap happened at the Capitol, and now we're going to just kind of disregard that because it's just not as a concerning anymore as we were a month ago or back in January. I feel like, that's a step back. So I would urge this council to approve this resolution, as Nicole acknowledged, as silly as it sounds, because I do think it shows a good faith effort by all 6 of us to continue operating in the manner that we agreed to do so in March. And any person who, we're talking about a city manager person that's going to be experienced and qualified, probably with at least a bachelor's, if not a master's degree. They're going to fully understand that when you're in a political job, that you're a political appointee, things could happen. And so they're going to go in there eyes wide open, knowing that, okay, sure, this resolution is in play, but it's really not, it may not be the standard if things go sideways with whomever we hire in the future. So, they're not going to be naive to what was happening, and I'm sure they've all researched us already, and they're going to do that. They're going to watch all of our council meetings, and they're going to hear about all the stuff in public comment and all the stuff that we've talked about and all this stuff. So, I feel like it's not the best solution, but it's the best solution we have at this time. By the way, I heard on the radio that there might be some conversations of a special session because of some of the stuff didn't maybe get a button on it during the legislature. And I don't know if that's possible or not, but if we can throw it in during the special session, maybe it gets done this summer or this October or whatever. I don't know how that works, but that's something that we could definitely keep a radar. So.
Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Attorney Smith, what happens in January if we have another clerical error again and it just carries on throughout the session and never see a vote? Hypothetically.
I don't have an answer to that. We are a governing body that is subject to our legislators. That is the way that our statute is written. We can't home rule change this. It has to go through them. I can encourage us to continue to communicate with them in a positive manner and hope that this moves forward the way that it should. That's my intention, is to, continue to work with our legislators and show them that we mean what we say and that we really are willing to work together. And I think this may go a step towards affirming that for them, hopefully.
I can speak to that, by the way.
But at the end of the day, we are subject to their whims, and that is the unfortunate truth.
Absolutely. And I think, for me, I think that this is the defining moment. This is when, the moment that we stand up, and we take what we have in front of us and make decisions, not on hypotheticals, not on what we think might happen, but what we know. And to your point earlier, this is not silly. This is a fine piece of resolution, and I thank you for that. I just think for me personally, it's about intelligence. It's about my principles and my values. And I don't govern and I don't make decisions up here based on hypotheticals. I deal with facts. And for me, I don't need a piece of resolution to tell me, how to conduct myself. I'm very intelligent. I'm very insightful of why I'm here, and I'm here to get the job done. And this right here, it sounds like to me, I need to be, slapped on the wrist, a handcuff, or however you want to see it. But I don't feel, and this is just my personal belief, I don't need this. But at the same time, I do agree with my colleagues, as you mentioned earlier, we always, work together, and I do want to work with my colleagues, but I do want to let it be stated that I don't need this to be a city councilman. Thank you.
Councilman Barr, I think it's not so much about handcuffing you or anyone else, but more about for the public, saying to people, something happened, but we are agreeing to operate this way. And if I can just mention real quick, the state legislators did not stop this. There was a clerical error, and the only reason it couldn't be fixed was how late in the session it was. If that were to happen in January, it's not a problem because they have days to work with. There were not enough days left to work with. That's the reason it still couldn't get done. It was too late in the session with too few days left, the week that they have to advertise and whatever other little things that have to happen. So it wasn't stopped by them, it was stopped by the deadline.
Right, and I understand that, Madam Mayor, and to your point, if that is true, what you just stated, why can't we just do that? Why can't we just show the public and show our citizens that we can work together as the charter guides us or instruct us to do without any additional, policing or handcuffing? I don't know what other word to use, but, why don't we just do what we are here to do? That's what I'm saying.
Councilman Warmoth.
I'm a former teacher, and as a former teacher, everything has to be documented. If you want anything, let's say you have a child who you feel needs to be referred for special services, you have to have documentation to back up what it is that you're, what you believe is right. For me, this is all about documentation. This is about our opportunity to work together, to agree to work together, and to show that we can work together. This is just a formality. Without this resolution to the resolution, we're going to continue to operate under the current charter. Is that correct?
Yes.
So with this resolution, we're agreeing to move forward with what we have agreed to and sent to state legislators. Because without this resolution to the resolution passing, we're going to operate under the current charter as it is, rather than the resolution that we had sent to state legislators.
I agree. I concur, and I agree. But it's like, to me, it's like, as a kid, you wake up one day and I don't want to say this because I might spoil it for kids, but I'm using another analogy. But you wake up one day and you would promise something and it doesn't happen. We put time and effort into this, valuable time and effort. We're here at this point. So, we can document it, but it carries no weight. So what are we documenting?
Well, same as with the ethics board. The ethics board really it has no teeth, but we still have an ethics board where complaints can be sent and it's reviewed by a board. So I don't want to say that this is like that, but it sort of is, in the sense of there's no real consequence.
Yeah, but it comes to the council, and that is the consequence when it comes to us. It leaves ethics, and then it comes to us for us to make the decision. So if what you're saying is what I'm thinking what you're saying, then, well, if it doesn't happen, then what are we prepared to do, if it doesn't?
No, the ethics, what I mean, like, as far as if there's an ethics complaint against a council person or the mayor, if there's wrongdoing found, then the ethics board cannot remove any of us from office. So that's what I mean by there's no real teeth. All it is a slap on the wrist. That's more or less what this is just us agreeing, even though there's it can't, We're still going to, this is more of a just, we're agreeing to agree to this.
Gotcha.
Councilman Bart, I mean, like Attorney Smith said, I mean, this is more of a, there's more of a political leverage, I guess you would say, in this. You know, if we have an agreement among the six of us that we're going to operate in a certain way, and one of us breaks that political commitment that we've made to each other, then, you know, we can politically use it in our favor or disfavor, right? And so, you know, I mean, it's just it's much like when we're down in executive session and we're not supposed to discuss what happened in the executive session. And, you know, when things get leaked out of executive session, there may not be an actual per se violation that binds anyone about that. However, you've now lost trust in that person, right? And so here we have a document that may not be legally binding, but it's personally binding among us all in good faith that we're proposing to act in this manner going forward until the legislature modifies our charter in a way that, you know, per the terms of the agreement that we've all came to in March. I mean, that's how I'm seeing it, you know.
And
I
it's
understand,
public.
and
in
it's a
front of
public
all the
affirmation,
citizens.
right? So, I mean, that's the way I see it. So,
And Madam Mayor, I understand that this is actually something that you desire as well.
I'm really ambivalent about whether I guess because I was thinking if we already agreed that we were going to operate this way, why do we have to do a resolution on top of the resolution? But then yet, I understand that that's like an affirmation. Even though such and such happened, and now we can't take care of that fully until 27, we're saying that we're still going to operate this way when it comes to hiring a city manager.
And then,
And it's signed, and it's in public, and it stayed in front of everybody. It's political suicide to violate it.
so, again, now historically, I've seen what we're saying, and it occurred. I'm not giving any examples, but it happened. And when it happened, you know, I was sitting in the seat, so I remember, you know, council tried to, you know, bring solutions to the table, and all council received from social media and from the streets and citizens and so forth is that, you know, everybody, all the councils should be removed. They're not working with the mayor. They're not this, not that, or whatever. So, you know, I don't want to go through all that because I mean, it's again, it doesn't carry any weight. And I hear what we're saying that this is actually going to politically tie us all together. But what, you know, I'm not concerned about that. You know, I'm going to do my job and I'm going to let my citizens, you know, vote. And, you know, if they should elect me, then that's you know, I'm a gladly, honorably accept it. If not, you know, then I accept the results of that as well. But I'm going to do my job. But I saw in the past, since January, we've gone through what we are seeing, this would protect, and it didn't protect us. I don't like looking at social media and I read all council members need to be removed because blah, blah, blah. I'm sitting up here and I like to think that I'm doing a good job. And so it happened before several times. So what is this going to change? How that is going to change the narrative about Councilman Tyler Barr from being grouped in a situation that I have nothing to do with, and you know, I think that I show support to all of my mayor and council. So what is this going to protect me from? I mean, because I don't like that. And that's what I'm saying. Go back to me. It's about principles and values. For me, it's about my principle and my value. I got to stand up for myself because you all might like what you read. I don't like what I read because it's not true.
Councilman Barr, how is not voting in favor of this resolution for a resolution not standing up for yourself? Because in the scenario you gave, right?
Because I showed already that
but you
I work with you all.
Sure, but this is a written affirmation that you're going to work with everyone right?
Well,
And
you got
then
my
you
word
can-
right now. I can tell you.
Well, then you can take this video, you can take that resolution that's signed by the mayor and signed by all the council members, and you can reply to that person on social media, which I'm very active on social media to my own
I saw you do
detriment.
it. And how did it
Okay?
work out?
Well, I'm just saying, but at least, for your own peace of mind and say, this is the resolution that I signed, and I signed in good faith with Councilwoman Warmoth, Councilwoman Conte, Mayor McPherson, Councilwoman Marchman, and Councilman Momtahan. We all said that we're going to act in good faith, and this is how we're going to operate. Now, Councilman Momtahan came and stabbed me in the back, and that's why the social media post is coming. So you can point your finger at me, or Councilwoman Marchman, or the mayor, or Councilwoman Conte, or Councilwoman Wampus. If that person stabbed me in the back, that person told me in writing that they were going to operate this way, and they didn't do that. And I think that's more powerful than whatever, I'm not exactly sure the example you're giving, but that is the power of this resolution. Now, does it have a legal effect? Can you take it to a court of law and say, Judge, I need declaratory judgment on the power and effect? Judge is going to say, no, sorry, your charter controls. That's state law. But from the power of our personal relationships and binding ourselves, and we don't agree on everything. Look, we just went 3-2 on a zoning. We fought it hard. Okay? Councilwoman Conte is still probably mad at me for making that motion last month. But hey, from personal relationships, we know that if we all agree to something, we're all going to bind ourselves together, right? We don't have to agree on everything all the time, but this is something that we bound ourselves. Now, what's going to happen in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, I don't know, but I'm sitting here saying that from what I looked at this, we all worked very hard on that resolution. We did some good lawyering, in my opinion, on the fly, and we came up with a good compromise. And I'm holding myself to say, you know what, I'm going to be bound by that because we did good work on that. That's where I'm at. Now something out of my control happened, it wasn't signed off on, but I'm going to hold faith to all of you all 5 that you're going to work in the same way as me. This is just a written affirmation of that. And now you're telling me, hey, listen, you don't need me to write written affirmation on that. You can go pull the video up, and display the video to all your constituents or whomever else about what you said or didn't say, et cetera. But much easier to pull up a PDF and screenshot it. But by the way, that's just where I'm.
Well, I mean, I think the same thing that you're saying. I agree with it, but I wouldn't if we make an agreement and you break that agreement. I mean, I don't take it personal. I mean, you had a decision that you made, and you made whatever decision. I got my decision. I'm gonna still be Tyler Barr, and so I'm not going to be mad at you because I mean, if you keep doing it to me, I'm probably say, okay, there is no relationship between us, But at the same time, you still got to answer to that.
Right.
I'm good.
Can
Right,
I,
but if
can
I
I
don't-
just say
but if
that
I don't-
I appreciate this conversation because I mean I do see where you're coming from and I understand. But let me ask you, would you prefer to operate under the resolution that we made and sent to legislators, or would you rather operate under the current charter as it is?
I'd rather operate on what the charter states because that's what we operate by right now. That's what we're governed by right now.
And that's what all of this is about, is do we want to go with the resolution that we sent to legislators, or do we want to go by the way that the charter is now? And if that's
And
the way that
that's
you're
mayor
wanting,
has the power to hire and fire, right?
that's where the mayor would have power to hire and fire. So if that is what this is about, do we want to operate under which do we want to operate under? So if what you're saying is that you want to operate under what the charter is, then the argument isn't about this resolution per se. It's more of you're not wanting to pass a resolution for a resolution because you'd rather just operate under the charter. And that's totally fine.
But that's where my power is. That's where I think all of our power lies.
Well, but for me, that's what I need is if we were passing this, then we have something in writing saying this is how we're going to operate, or if we're operating under the current charter as it is, then we just don't pass this. So that's what all this boils down to.
Okay, I'm totally lost now. So what was the point of us doing the vote last month to change the charter to where we had all signed and agreed upon if we're still saying that we're going to work under the 2024 charter instead of what we all signed?
I'm not saying that, by the way. I'm saying let's adopt this resolution of the resolution so we're at least holding each other accountable
Okay.
to follow through with this. But Councilman Barr's the one.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
You know,
so, okay, that's my question. Okay,
That's
so I
in the
need
back.
clarification from you then.
Yeah.
So are you saying now that you don't agree with what you signed last month?
I agree
for-
with what I signed, but what I signed now is null and void until hopefully January comes and it get passed. So when January comes and it passed,
Yeah.
then it's fine. I stand by it,
Okay.
but again, between now and January, all of our decisions are going to be governed by what is factual by the charter. So I can't
Right,
make
I mean,
my
the charter
decisions
is
off of a
law.
hypothetical. I gotta make my decisions based on what the charter states.
So you're
Councilman
saying
Barr,
you don't,
I'm sorry.
you're not reneging or you don't regret what you did as far as us signing unanimously on the current pending signature of the governor for the charter being changed. But in the meantime, in, I guess, intermission, if you will, you want to just adhere to the 2024 charter until the governor signs what we've already agreed upon.
Yes.
So, just to interject my opinion for what it may or may not be worth, that I understand where you're coming from. You're a realist and you want to operate with facts. I get that. My issue is, we had previously all come to an agreement about what we were going to change the charter to. And then, a month later, we were all in the same room and that changed. And we weren't going to do that anymore and we weren't happy with it. And then there were several months before we were ever able to come together and get something drafted. And I think I personally would feel better if there was some signed statement saying that this is what we're going to do. We're going to operate this way until it's passed at the legislative level, simply so we don't have that situation again. So that we don't get 6 months down the road and somebody's unhappy with what we drafted and they change their minds. Because now you have a public statement saying, I'm not going to change my mind. I support what I signed and I'm going to stand by it and that's what I'm going to do. And I think that is a secondary issue, but that is part of the value that this provides. Yes, it doesn't control anything, but it does give you at minimum some reassurance that you've publicly come to an agreement and you've publicly stated that that is what it is and we're not going to back down for whatever that's worth. And I apologize for interjecting.
Well,
Thank you.
that was, but Attorney Smith, that was one of the key issues we had back in January was that, and we pointed the finger at the mayor and we said, Mayor, you verbally agreed to this back in October and now, I'm not trying to rehash all that, but I'm just, and now you've changed your mind on that situation. And so that's part of the value in this resolution is that all 6 of us have come together and said, this is what we want to see. And so, again, it's not legally binding. It's not going to hold up in a court of law, but it's going to hold up among ourselves and hold up maybe among our constituents as making an agreement. And I understand that, well, I'll leave it at that.
And I think for me, how I got to this point when I came on board, I was, told and I saw with my own eyes that we were all in agreement. And we had an agreement then. And it was broken. So, which led us to this point now. So you're asking me to do the same thing that I already have done, to hopefully to get a different result. And, that's insanity. So, but I hear you. Thank you.
I'm confused. What in the world are we gonna do? That's what I want to know. Are we
entertain
gonna
a
vote on
motion.
the resolution that just sent back, or we gonna go back to what we used to do back? That's what I need to know.
See,
I'm hearing all this stuff and
we
I'm,
could verbally just say, this is the way we're gonna do this hire, we're gonna work this way. We could verbally say it. This is just a way of confirming that we're gonna work this way to hire the city manager until the legislation puts it in the charter.
And Ms. Shirley, as a point of clarification, there's no one saying that they want to rescind what was signed. That is still going to go forward and should be presented again in January, unless there is some special legislative session where we could present it earlier. If that was what you were confused about.
yeah, I just want to know which one we gonna do.
That
That's
is the
all I
one
wanna
that we
know.
are going to do.
We're
This is just meant to affirm that that is what we're going to do publicly. That's the only intent. So nothing substantial has changed from that perspective.
Councilman Conte.
So I get what Councilman Barr is saying, because we're obviously came on at the same time. We're the newest one on here. I get what he's saying. He's right. When we did come in good faith, not knowing what the world was going on with the charter, we obliged and did what our colleagues was, asking us to do, to unite and have a consensus. And we thought that it was going to get done, but then there was pushback, by the mayor at that time. And I can see what you're saying, Councilman Barr. We stuck our neck out as new council members and new elected officials to build a consensus, and thinking that it was going to, we were going to ratify and do what we needed to do, and it got flipped, like Councilman Monahan said. And then we did it again. We were asked to do it again, and we did it again. And it's like, now you want us to do it again? So I get what he's saying. I understand holistically what he's saying, as well as what you're saying, Councilman Monahan. This is frustrating for everyone involved, especially newly elected, because we're coming in here and jumping in fish grease and whatever you want to call it, hot grease. And it's like, how many times we got to get our neck chopped off? 4 months we've been doing? 4 months. And, it's frustrating. It is. Sometimes if it does appear like, individual's word is not their bond. Like, I've already spoken my, concerns about bringing on a permanent city manager at this time, because people could change their mind. Even though I get what you're saying, we do have it, we would possibly have it in writing, but this is a terrible situation. And honestly, it is a lack of trust, not amongst my colleagues as council members. That's just what it is. The elephants in the room, we know what the lack of trust is. I know what he's saying. He's not saying the loud part, the quiet part out loud, but I understand clearly what he's saying, why he's so reluctant. Because the question is, what is this going to change? And it's even, he's looking at it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Barr, and I'm looking at it too, like, okay, we're getting ready to get into another season in 2027 for a whole host of reasons of different things. So then everything could be up in the air, because at that time, it's fight or flight of survival on, is somebody running for re-election, if somebody's trying, whatever the case, scenario, the scene changes.
Right.
So I get the concern. I want us to move past this too. And this is very frustrating. And I don't regret my votes and my signature, and I'm going to stand by that as well. But this is concerning, where now we're trying to get a resolution to the resolution for a consensus for council members and the mayor to, I'm guessing, satisfy the citizens, which, does it really? Does it really?
I don't know if it satisfies the citizens, but I think it satisfies your co-council members and the rest of the city staff to say, they work together, they're committed all to one agreement here, And it can, in the political context, if someone's raking you over the coals over something that I did, and I bound myself to, because I stabbed you in the back on this issue, then you have some fodder to throw back and say, well, Councilman Momtahan told me that he was in accordance with this idea, and he acknowledged that it wasn't law, but it was still, he did that in good faith, and he stabbed me in the back, and I can be the one that's politically hit with that, you know, and you can use it as a shield and or a sword, however you want to use it. So I think that's the value in it for me, is that we're all continuing to work in one accord here, and that this is just written evidence of that. But we can all, we can just, it's 10:14 at night. If we're not going to make any headway on this, we might as well just move on. That's just where I'm at right now, y'all. We're treading water, so.
Okay.
Yeah, unless we have a consensus on this, right?
It does require everyone's signature, but I don't know that. You can make the motion and get the second and see how it lands.
All right, so I'd call the question.
I'll second.
That ends discussion. I'll entertain a motion.
Just did.
We're voting.
I move to adopt the resolution to the resolution. Is that a proper?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all know what you mean.
I'll second that. And for Miss Marcham's education, because she asked a question, what I'm saying is that we passed this charter amendment back in March. It fell through.
That we sent in and
Right, and it fell through. But we're
Is that
saying right now that even though that's not the law of the land, we're still all agreeing among ourselves that we're going to operate that way.
All right, okay.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
We just need to type it out.
Fair enough. That's what we got to do sometimes. This is how
Okay.
the sausage is made. That's just what happens. It's not always pretty. But sausage tastes good, though.
Item 3.
And
Sumter-
Mayor,
oh,
I'm
yes.
sorry, just for the record, you're agreeing with this as well, because I know technically you
I
don't have a
get to
vote on that,
I
but you're in
get to sign.
agreement to
Apparently,
this
I
as
get
well.
to sign. Yes.
Okay, I just wanted that on record.
So item number 3 under me is the professional services agreement with Sumter Local Government Consulting regarding the search for a qualified city manager for the city of Villa Rica. You will recall, we had a presentation by Warren Hudmacher where they presented to us the process that they would go through for that. It's just in front of you guys.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councilman Conte.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I thought we had, maybe I'm getting confused. I thought we were looking at debating between two consulting.
That's a separate.
That's something else?
Yeah,
Okay, never mind.
we'll cover that.
Never mind.
Exactly.
It's all coming together tonight.
So we did only have the one candidate for the city manager search. Sumter is the same consulting firm that brought us Brecca Carter. So we do have a good experience with them.
Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I motion to adopt the professional service or accept the professional service agreement between Sumter Local Government Consultant, Inc. and the City of Villa Rica as presented.
Second.
For motion and a second, all in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Okay, item L, city manager,
Okay, good evening.
Ms. Hallman.
Yes.
Make sure you introduce yourself.
Okay, the first item is the formality of approving Brecca Carter as the Community and Economic Development Director. As you know, we spoke about her and adding that economic development component. to her position and getting her on board as a true 100% City of Villa Rica employee. So this is just the formal process of approving this appointment.
Questions or discussion from council? I think everybody's pretty familiar with this particular topic. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the city manager's appointment of Rica Carter as Community and Economic Development Director effective Wednesday, April 1st, 2026.
Second.
Multiple seconds? All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Okay, the second item is the approval of the Public Works Director appointment. Myself, the Deputy City Manager, Human Resources Director, and our engineering consultant had interviews with the qualified candidates. The second round of interviews were then done by the directors, and we have offered the job to Joshua Smith. And so I'm just asking for your approval on this appointment.
Any questions by council? I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the city manager's appointment of Joshua Smith as Public Works Director effective Monday, April 27th, 2026.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
I haven't met Mr. Smith yet, so I'm not going to clap, but I'm sure he'll do a great job.
We'll clap. We know it. Okay, the third item is renaming Fortune Parkway. As you know, we went to Facebook for the top 6 names, and you have that before you right now. So based on that, the most number of votes was 727 for Robbie Bishop Parkway. All the other ones also had some good number of votes, but Robbie Bishop Parkway was the highest number. If y'all do so choose to rename the parkway, I would ask that you vote to rename it tonight, but actually we would bring the resolution, adopt the resolution next month in May.
Vote tonight, but resolution next month.
Well, this wasn't even close, so are we good to
Well,
move forward?
I know.
No, I
and
mean,
you-
like,
and you don't
this
have
is
to
an
go with
overwhelming-
it, but I don't know. Would you argue with 727?
No, this is an overwhelming response. So, am I good to make the motion, Mayor?
Sure, and his picture's right back there.
I move to rename Fortune Parkway to Robbie Bishop Parkway with the council adopting a resolution at the May 12th, 2026 council meeting.
I'll second that, but can I have one he was a captain. What was his rank? So technically, would it be Captain Robbie Bishop Parkway? How does that work? No? Okay.
What do you feel would be more appropriate? What do you feel would be more appropriate? Captain? Captain Bishop Parkway?
Yeah, because if you need to know who he is, the last name won't identify. If somebody goes to look who was Robbie Bishop in Villa Rica.
Okay.
I almost feel like adding captain to the beginning of it makes it more of a mouthful.
Yeah.
Putting it into map search or whatever. Yeah, oh, sure.
Sorry,
You
that
stayed
just
here all
popped in
this
my
time,
head.
you ought to get to say something.
Thank you, ma'am. I agree. Michael Mansour, Police Chief. I think that I could talk to the family and y'all can just agree to name it, and then can we figure out what they would want as far as the approval?
You talking about just not vote on it tonight, just vote, know that it's going to be in some form or fashion Robbie Bishop Parkway,
Yes,
Captain
ma'am.
Bishop Parkway. maybe not take an official vote, and then once you talk, we can do the vote.
Or
and the
vote with a
Condition?
condition that we decide what the family wants to name it. What do you think? City Attorney?
It depends on how firm you want to be. We would like to have it named tonight because it will help with the acceptance of the road. So I would rather have a firm motion, but I don't want to deny the family an opportunity for input.
Yeah, I'm not gonna call them this late.
So remember, it is going to be an address, though. So even when I looked at something like City of Gold Parkway, that's a heck of a lot of words for a street name, you know?
Even, even Villa Rica Parkway is a lot of words. I mean,
Syllables, lots of syllables,
Sure.
but, yeah.
and I think the public over time just kind of,
And Parkway
You know,
will be PKY.
the public over
It's a
time just
name.
kind of call it what they call it, right? Captain Bishop. They'll probably, if you call it Captain Robbie Bishop Parkway, they'll shorthand it to Captain Bishop Parkway or Bishop Parkway or.
Well, I know
you
that
know,
we
but
we
I'm just
named.
saying.
I wasn't here, obviously, but the previous chief, they named a road after that used to be the old library, and they didn't put his rank; they just put his name.
Right.
Uh,
I think that that's pretty standard is when a road is named after, or a building is named after somebody, the rank is not put in there. It's just their first and last name.
the Memorial Parkway, I understand, but this is just a road. I mean, this is a road, so I think it would be fine just Robbie Bishop Parkway.
And that's overwhelmingly what people voted on, so.
Okay. I'm good either way. I just thought about it as we're making the motion.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know.
We
was a
had,
motion
we had a little intermission
second.
there, so it
Well,
was commercial.
it was a motion.
Robbie Bishop Parkway or whatever.
Right.
But we
Right.
haven't done the action yet. We haven't
I
like.
just need a vote.
Yeah, you didn't miss
Yes,
that part.
just
I
the
know.
vote.
It's not midnight yet, but it feels like it. So, motion?
We already made the motion. We already seconded.
Yep.
So now
Oh, okay,
it's
there we go.
called
See, I
vote.
forgot where we were. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Move right along.
City manager report. Can we
Okay.
just take it? No, it's just.
There's too much good stuff in
No,
here. I
no,
will make it
it's
quick though,
okay.
but
It
I
doesn't.
can't do that to my
I'm
team.
just teasing you.
Okay, the stormwater utility study, we did have our first meeting, April the 1st. We will have 3 additional meetings that have been scheduled. One more in April, then one in May, and one in June. And our goal is to present to y'all at the work session on July 7th, the recommendations that come out of that advisory council for stormwater. The sanitation in-house versus contract services. Staff and I will be working with our purchasing director to begin the RFQ and RFP process. And once we see who is awarded that, we will make sure that we'll work with legal to improve and strengthen the contract for improved contractor performance. The north side downtown streetscape. Tonight, y'all did approve task order number 2 from Keck and Wood to begin design, and the preliminary design, I believe, correct? Yes. Safe Streets for All. We are working with a consultant, Mark and myself, as well as our grant consultant, actively pursuing grants for the larger projects. The consultant is very familiar with the federal highway grants as well as the state grants. So she is going to be getting all the information and applying for these grants. And hopefully we'll be bringing to y'all the application award for these larger projects. And then staff is currently reviewing the smaller projects to see what we can do in-house. The West Industrial Court culvert replacement, having a little bit of a stall on that. We're still waiting on Atlanta Gas Light to relocate their gas main. Mark Teal has contacted the upper management at AGL to get things moving a lot faster. We're getting a delay on that. Villa Rica Parkway construction, February of this year, the contract was awarded, and we're still in the process of getting the right-of-way and temporary easements. Fortune Parkway, the agreement that was approved, or the addendum to the agreement that was approved tonight, they will contribute around $575,000 to help us with the construction of the left turn lane and the Old Stone realignment. Citizens voted for the renaming, and y'all just adopted the, well, I thought y'all were going to be adopting it in May, but y'all adopted not, and y'all will be actually doing the resolution in May. Okay, here's for the pretty pictures. Here's the Mirror Lake Boulevard left turn. It is complete. So there's 3 pictures right there. So glad to get that done.
It's working wonderfully.
Yes. Punkintown Road Phase 1. Again, y'all approved the purchase of stream credits tonight. I've got the public information meeting is scheduled for May the 7th at the library from 6 to 8. We will be sending out letters to the homeowners or parcel owners that we will need easements for, and we will also be advertising this public information meeting on our website and through social media. South Carroll, there's really at Tolbert/Reed Road, there's we're still just reviewing priorities and funding sources for that project. Here's some other pretty pictures on the Villa Rica bypass. We have installed rumble strips on McCurdy Road and Harrell Road at the Villa Rica bypass. The We Are VR sign, if you haven't already noticed, it was moved to what we call the Butterballs property, so that the construction of the Veterans Memorial Park can begin. The guys did a really good job moving it. It was a very big monument to move, and we appreciate their time and effort in doing so. We also had our water tower repainted, and it includes our new city seal.
Looks nice.
The next is the Dallas Highway Old Stone Road waterline relocation. The contractor is Smith Pipeline. It is funded through GFA. The construction began in February, goes through May, and it is the connection of existing water lines on Old Town Road and Dallas Highway, the relocation of water line around Tanner Hospital property in preparation of the hospital expansion, and the initial phase of North Avenue Waterline Relocation Project, improving the service in that area. And as of an email I got yesterday from our engineering consultant, they're 75% complete and should be finishing up within the next few weeks. Connors Road Park, there's really no changes. We're still going to be looking at other in-house options due to the estimated costs that we had of $2.4 million. The formerly known Fortune Park is now known as Shirley Marchman Park. The grading, of course, has been complete. We do need to schedule a public information meeting. We also need to do a land swap with DDA. This property is currently owned by DDA, and my notes from before Diana left was that we needed to talk with the DDA regarding swapping the Butterballs property with this property. So we need to work with that. Then the next step would be approving a final plan, determining the rest of our funding sources, and then construction. The Gold Dust Gym. We had the gym painted and it's complete, as you can see. We have the new bleachers installed, and new flooring is scheduled for July. This is amazing, y'all. This is what looks so good too. The Gold Dust Pickleball Courts and Pavilion. The construction is complete, and the guys took the drone and took some pictures. The staff will complete the sod and the rest of the landscaping this week. This is the bathroom. Those are complete, and we've got the plaque showing when the groundbreaking was and when we will be the opening, as well as this was paid for with Carol Sploss dollars. Here's another aerial view. You can see at the top right corner, that is the tennis courts, and they will be completed this week as well. So saying all that, we want everybody to join us for what we're calling the pickleball courts ribbon cutting. This is going to be April the 24th at 10:30 at Gold Dust Park. We are having a business and breakfast, Building Better Business Together, this Thursday.
I'm just giving Breck a
Oh,
thumbs up.
okay. I was like, from 9 to 11 a.m. at 206 North Avenue. This is will allow participants to have the opportunity to meet the city team, learn about the city processes, access business resources, and ask questions and share feedback. So this is something we're very excited for. And again, it's this Thursday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Leanne, our deputy clerk, has done an amazing job preparing us for Georgia Cities Week. This is the scheduled lineup for each day. She has created activities, worked with other staff members to be able to have us celebrate Georgia Cities Week. So make sure we'll have it posted on social media, but make sure you share with your constituents and help us in this celebration. And that is next week. Registration is open for the summer camps. I know that's too small to read, so just click on the link or go to the website, and it will have QR codes for each of the different summer camps that are offered, and they are open until they're full. I think that they opened on April the 6th. This is just a reminder of all the other activities besides Parks and Rec. The Villa Rica Library has a lot of activities going on in the month of April. So look at those. They have for all ages, from little ones all the way up to adults. Senior Center events. Again, they have a calendar packed full of events. You can also look at this calendar through our website. Go through Parks and Recreation and click on Senior Services. Last but not least, as you know, we moved the We Are VR rendering to Butterballs because the Veterans Group is thrilled to announce that a new landmark will be coming to Villa Rica. The memorial will soon stand as a tribute to the brave men and women of our community who have served in the armed forces during times of war, conflict, and peace. It will be located near the mill, occupying the space of the We Are VR rendering, and this memorial will be a place for reflection, gratitude, and community pride. You can go to their website, www.vrveterans.org, to learn more about the memorial as well as to contribute to this. And that is it.
Thank you. Excellent report. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question for Ms. Altman. On the Veterans Memorial, I think the update I had, they were looking for funding. Did they secure the funding? Is that?
They're still working on it.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're moving forward with the funding that we have, and then.
Yeah, it's totally separate from the city. We just lease the land to them.
Mhm.
They created their own 501c3, and they are doing all the fundraising to build this memorial park.
Okay.
They are actively fundraising and want us to help encourage, put the information out there to
Gotcha.
encourage people to support it.
Thank you.
Okay, so, I was about to say Councilman. Attorney Smith, would you read the
Yes.
reason before we move into executive session?
Absolutely. We
reason.
are going into executive session to meet to discuss or vote to enter into a contract to purchase, dispose of, or lease property under OCGA 50-14-3B1D. We're also meeting to discuss or deliberate upon the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action or dismissal, or periodic evaluation or rating of a public officer or employee as provided under Georgia Code Section 50-14-3B2.
Okay, we need a motion to leave regular session and move into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
I make a motion to
need-
return to
Yes.
regular session.
We have a motion to return to out of executive session, back into regular session. Second, all in favor? Thank you. Attorney Smith, will you read off whatever action was taken?
Yes. Excuse me. We had an executive session meeting to discuss or vote to enter into a contract to purchase, dispose of, or lease property under Georgia Code Section 50-14-3B1D. And we also met to discuss or deliberate upon the appointment, employment, compensation, hiring, disciplinary action, or dismissal of a public officer or employee as provided in Georgia Code Section 50-14-3B2. And I believe we have a motion.
I make a motion to approve the purchase of parcel number V05-015-0030.
I'll second.
All in favor? That's everybody. That's the only thing we have to handle. Take a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Multiple seconds, all in favor?